welcome to today's live cast, a very special program today, the Brand Innovators Fall of 2021 Media Buying Summit. Now, as some of you may know, we produced part one of our Media Buying and Planning Summit earlier this year, where we had speakers from L'Oreal, Unilever, Walmart, Petco, HBO, Pepsi, and others. But, here at Brand Innovators, we've always got our ear to the ground. We're always talking to our community of marketers and marketing industry leaders about what they're thinking, what's top of mind for them, what are those challenges, what are those objectives that they are focused on. And it was evident that with all the innovation and disruption and changes in the media buying and planning ecosystem, there was not only an opportunity, but a demand for us to kind of tackle some of these new topics or additional topics and put together part two. So we are really excited to dive back into the world of media buying, planning, and investment, where we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers for today and tomorrow from Bank of America, Uber, Liberty Mutual, LVMH, Staples, Blink Fitness, ELF Beauty, Citi, TIAA, BlackRock, Johnson & Johnson, Kimberly-Clark, AB InBev, Coca-Cola, and more. So it's going to be really phenomenal. We're so excited to dive into this world. We're going to be covering all things data and cookie deprecation, brand safety, ad fraud, in-housing, programmatic, and more. So with that, I know it's a mouthful, but with that, I'm thrilled to introduce our guest MC for the day. We have Keith Norman, the head of political and enterprise sales at Premion. So let's bring on Keith, and we will dive into today's show. All right, there you are. Let's give a big virtual round of applause for Keith Norman. I'm welcoming you to the stage. Welcome, Keith. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, David. Thank you. Welcome to all out there in live stream world. And thank you to the entire Brand Innovators team for producing what I know will be 2 days of informative, valuable, and fun live casts for all of us who are watching in the US and across the world. I'm excited to be serving as your host for today's programming, and I can't wait to hear from all the fantastic thought leaders joining us from the great companies David mentioned. We also will be joined today by an esteemed group of moderators from leading media, data, and tech platforms, including Bliss, Kadant, Comscore, Dianomi, and Samsung Ads. First, just a bit more about me and my company, Premion. I've been an advertising and marketing exec on both the brand and media platform side for 30 years, despite my youthful appearance. A couple of years ago, during its early stage, I joined Premion to head political and now also commercial business development for the leading premium OTT advertising platform, which is owned by local US broadcasting company Tegna. I'm thrilled to be with a company that works with many marketers and agency partners to innovate and grow their brands and businesses via ad-supporting streaming TV, which since the pandemic is the most ubiquitous form of TV viewing. And later today, David will be chatting with one of my colleagues, Justin Gutschmidt, about key findings from a recent white paper we developed with BIA Advisory Services that helps brand marketers navigate the complex OTT marketplace. So I hope you'll join David and Justin for their chat at 2:30 Eastern. The Brand Innovators team's mission has a clear goal: to accelerate the digital transformation of the marketing and media industries. And that transformation is being led by the most innovative brand marketers in the industry, and many of whom we're lucky to have joining us today. You're going to hear from them about new product and service innovations designed to engage consumers since the pandemic began and post-pandemic, how brands have pivoted their media strategies in response to these challenges, the role media now plays in building a brand, and the future of video, the importance of building a strategic data mix, and the cultural and business imperative of embracing diversity, equity, inclusion in your organization. There's so much to hear and learn today, so let's get started. As I turn the page, a couple notes here. We know Group N forecasted this year that annual media spend across all platforms will be $250 billion. That's an increase of 15% over last year. And the fitness category is undoubtedly a significant part of that spend and growth. I know I've spent some time working out post-pandemic, and I still have more time to go. Now we're about to learn from a terrific thought leader about how the smart money in the retail fitness space is investing their media dollars today. So from the company Blink Fitness, where she now serves as the Senior Vice President of Marketing and has worked in e-commerce, fashion, and has spent time studying in France. I'm a little envious. So it's fair to say that elle parle français très bien. Please welcome to our virtual stage, Michelle Horowitz and Gil Larson, Vice President from Bliss, who will be moderating today's session. Michelle, I see you coming on. There's Gil, there's Michelle. Take it away, Michelle and Gil.
Keith, do you want us to do this in French?
If you like, I won't be able to keep up with you, but maybe many others will. But please, in any language that's most comfortable and informative. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you for the intro.
That's above my pay grade, but I'll follow your lead, Michelle. Well, thank you, Keith, and thanks to Brand Innovators for hosting today. Great to chat with you, Michelle. I guess to kick things off really quickly in terms of my background, I've been in various media, sports marketing, ad tech, business development roles over the course of my career. I joined Bliss a little over 5 years ago to help launch the brand and the business in the US. Bliss is actually based in London. We're the leading location-powered programmatic advertising partner, and we take a privacy-first approach, delivering accurate targeting at scale without the reliance on personal data. And this helps the world's largest brands and media agencies drive key business outcomes through personalized, high-performing digital advertising. So I know Keith did a little intro, but let me pass it over to you, Michelle, to add anything in terms of your introduction, that we can get this party started.
Sounds great. Thank you all for having me here, Gil. It's great to be able to do this with you, and I'm really excited to be at another Brand Innovators event. I always find the content, I learn a lot, so it's great to be part of it this time.
Awesome. Well, I guess, Michelle, to start, tell us a little bit about Blink Fitness, your brand, and a little bit about your core customer.
Yeah, for sure. So Blink Fitness has been around since 2008. We're a national fitness brand in states across the United States, and we're in the process, obviously, like a lot of industries, we were hit very hard by the pandemic. I think sometimes I have a lot of empathy also for the restaurant industry, certainly the closures and then the reopening process, et cetera. So we are now fully open across the United States. All of our gyms are back open, but we've definitely been on a journey since the beginning, since this all began.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly we've been through a tough stretch these past 18 months with the pandemic, impacting just about every industry, but certainly gyms, especially hard hit. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've pivoted as a company, and specifically how your media strategy has changed over the past several months due to the pandemic, due to gym closures, and how you've reacted to that?
Yeah, for sure. I think if anything, it's all shown us, the ability, how agile we can be and how quickly we can pivot from a strategy we sort of came in doing and then the pandemic. And so I think it was really that pivot that took place. Our member community, as well as our employees. So the first thing that we did was to ensure that we had, the tools and the capabilities to do that. Thankfully, actually, the year before we had launched an app. So from a content perspective, that became a really important vehicle. And it's actually the way that the app was designed. It actually has 3 prongs. It has the services, all about the exercise instruction and different options there, but it also actually has nutritional information as well as rejuvenation. So in the sense of meditation, yoga, etc. So I think making that available to not only our member base, but actually to everybody, anybody that was interested in downloading the app during that time period actually could and had free access to it during the pandemic, during the closure of our gyms. So that was a very big pivot from sort of when I originally got there in year 1. I arrived at the end of fall in September 2019. or the beginning of fall, I guess. And we were on a growth trajectory. We had opened actually 26 gyms in that first year that I had arrived there. So we were really focusing on spreading our wings, getting the word out, and really, to your point about media, really building top of funnel and that media awareness. So thinking both sort of at a local level, whether it was direct mail, geo-targeting, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, as well as just building out that brand story. So it was a big pivot. Obviously, with closing, we weren't focused on acquisitions. We were focused on engagement. So by creating live content, actually within those first 72 hours of being closed, we partnered with our personal trainers and began doing live stream every day and focusing that on Facebook and allowing anybody to get access. All of those, we did over 100 of those during closure, and they're all part of the app now, included sort of in the curriculum of the app. But that was definitely a big pivot from where we were to where we are right now.
And how did you find, I mean, I assume, in all the messaging, you're obviously promoting the app download. How did you find adoption of members downloading that app?
Yeah, I think we're in, the low 80s right now as far as our member base downloading that app. So the app sort of as a future tool has become, an important part or an important vehicle. Certainly as we reopened, we actually launched 4 new products on the app in time for the reopening of the gyms across the country. So we recognized an important thing, as I'm sure Keith has touched on, in going back to the gym. We wanted people to feel safe and comfortable and understand our cleaning protocols and what it means to be back in the gym. So we actually launched a contactless entry as part of the app. Away at the time, we also had, you could see how busy the gym was. You could also book time in the gym, and then on gym through all of the media channels. We began to really push on TikTok, also became a really important channel for us during that time.
Yeah, I imagine social media and obviously sharing among members was pretty important in getting that out, right?
Yeah, definitely.
One of the things that I think brands have really craved over the course of the pandemic, given all the changes and the disruption, is insights on these kind of changing consumer behavior patterns based on foot traffic trends, which is something that we at Bliss keep a close eye on. I know that you've spoken about how important it is in understanding where everyone is on their personal journey. What are some things that you've done in terms of keeping tabs on these sort of fast changing trends? For example, sort of the gradual return to office, people working out at home more, and how are you kind of recalibrating sort of your media accordingly?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, maybe we haven't hit stasis yet. I think there's lots of different variables sort of impacting certainly our behavior in back to gym. New York City has just mandated for both restaurants and the fitness industry that people that are working in the gym as well as working out in the gym are vaccinated. So we're certainly seeing people beginning to feel more comfortable coming back to the gym for those, that wanted to ensure that those around them were also vaccinated. So we're seeing changes in behavior. We're also encouraging in the communities that we were in. We partnered with New York City with the health department to help the mobile vax units by having them outside of our gyms. So, awesome. For us, part of what we do, being, we're a national brand, but we're also a local brand. People that, work out in our gym. Sorry, my dog's barking in the background. She has something to say too, apparently. That, we have a local impact, people within 3 to 5 miles, of our gyms, that's our neighborhood. So our communities are really an important part of our story and supporting the communities where we work and where we operate. So, in the spirit of your question, though, in just thinking about that inflection point of change from, closing to reopening, we are constantly sort of looking at our media and where it makes the most sense. Organic, obviously, during the pandemic, just because we weren't in acquisition mode, but we were doing some, some sponsorship work in social just to see what the impact was for building awareness during that time period. And now it's really about, to our current member base, ensuring that they feel comfortable coming back into the gym, that they're aware of all the protocols that have been set up, and then just really understanding each individual and where they are in their journey. And part of that is obviously through the app, as as more and more of our member base downloads the app, we have a stronger sense of sort of where that stasis will be between marrying your sort of in gym experience with your out of gym experience. So I think that's part of the journey too, as well, that we're trying to understand.
So taking kind of an omni-channel approach.
Yeah, it's really, yeah. And it's interesting that you say that, because my career sort of in the last 15 years really has been about in contemporary fashion as well as specialty retail. It was strongly focused on this omni-channel, no matter at the time it was she, no matter where she was, ensuring that she had a seamless experience of the brand and a shopping experience as well. So it's definitely come in handy as we begin to sort of recalibrate for that, whatever the new normal might be for the brand. But I don't think we're at stasis yet. I think certainly because, companies are still adjusting to when back to work is, what that hybrid might look like, or and that obviously impacts foot traffic on our gyms.
Yeah, for sure. With it, as this progresses, the pandemic, it's constantly evolving. So I think that's a great tactic to make sure that you're kind of mirroring what your members are looking to do. You mentioned how important the brand is. Let's speak a little bit about the brand messaging. One of the things that struck me as really cool is that that Blink features its members in its advertising versus paid, chiseled actors or models. How important is authenticity in your brand messaging?
Yeah, it's really the ethos of our brand. I think, we were disruptive before it was even, in to be disruptive. And really our whole message is mood over muscle, right? We're focusing on sort of two areas. It is like the mind, body, and, and really how you feel. We certainly see, since the coming, or, this journey out of the pandemic, we certainly see that people are, from a physical perspective, much more concerned about their wellness and ensuring that, they have the strength and fortitude. And, Keith touched on that return to the gym, or how important physical fitness has become. But I think there's another place to sort of double click on, and that's really the mental space, right? And what we've always focused on as a brand, that it's also how it makes you feel, right? Like the physical engagement, there's also a net result on what you're doing. And I think a lot of the stories that, we will be focused on in the fall is really this idea that, came out in a New York Times article, and it's this unshakable blah feeling we have right now. I think the term that, the professional field is calling it is this idea of languishing. Apparently it's the dominant emotion of 2021, and really like the third leg of, in the spirit of mental wellness, depression and languishing is sort of another aspect of it. And so I think what we really realize is how important, that physical fitness can be, that, when you're languishing, you sort of have that absence of feeling good, right? Like the transition, I guess, from summer into fall, but also this period of sort of not knowing if you're going back to the office. If you are going back to the office, there's lots of different variables that are at change. So we really realized, and it sort of was underlined by this recent study that was done at Harvard, the School of Public Health found that running for 15 minutes a day or even walking for an hour reduces the risk of major depression by 26%. So, it's something that we've always known, that we've spoken about, on the regular in all of our campaigns, is really that, the mental wellness of how physical exercise can make you feel. So
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a positive from the pandemic, right? Is that there's increased attention and about mental health awareness, and I love that mood versus muscle, right? Because it's
yeah,
body,
mood
mind, and
over.
spirit, not just body, right? In terms
Yeah,
of benefit
yeah,
of
yeah.
fitness.
Yeah. And it, for sure, you see it in, you know, the stories that we focus on, both, you know, a lot of the messaging that you see on the channels is really telling those stories. The UGC content, we focus on it a lot and telling people's story and, you know, how this journey, you know, of wellness has really changed their life, whether it's impacted their family or their job or just their sheer like feeling good repercussions. We really tell those stories over and over again on our social channels and not just our campaigns.
Yeah, that's so important, right? Is to build that kind of crowd swell among your members and you know, share kind of the common challenges that everybody's facing.
Yeah, because you know, Keith sort of alluded to it, but there is that intimidation that you feel when you're kind of going back to the gym, and we, you know, the feeling that you get when you walk into a Blink is really that this is like a safe space and a place where you can really feel good. There's an energy that exists among the employees and the members that are in there that it's a place that feels really good, and where you don't need to feel intimidated.
That's great. That's great. So as people are going back to the gym, obviously the varying levels based on restrictions, and kind of navigating this sort of new normal, how does digital now play a continued role in overall fitness? Kind of, you know, so we talked about, you know, the pivot from pre-pandemic to pandemic. As we move towards at some point post-pandemic, what role, or I guess maybe what increased role does digital play specifically for Blink?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Digital, you know, so since I've been at the brand, it's just coming up just over 2 years. The real focus is on, can we be much more efficient and effective in, you know, by focusing on digital. And we did, you know, we ran a lot of tests between that and you know, traditional media and targeting that way. And what we really realized is that, you know, that you can have a really strong impact through digital, both at top of funnel, and obviously a big part of subscription is that direct response. So you definitely see us focused in this area, and certainly there's definitely, you know, minefields ahead, certainly with what's happening with, you know, iOS and Apple and Facebook and attribution opting out versus opting in versus opting out has had a significant impact in just how we're thinking about and looking at the business. But in the spirit of sort of where we started with that idea of the personalization of the journey, we're really trying to also understand who our target audience is, and the most efficient and effective way of reaching them, certainly through digital, has become a big part of where we're focused.
And as things are opening back up, I assume you're going to maintain sort of the at-home content production at your current pace?
Yeah. So, you know, the app and all the content is still available. We are actually not producing our own classes right now. But we definitely continue to sort of watch the space and figure out what does that look like. There's so many variables floating around. We're still trying to like stay on top of it.
And then looking forward, you know, what's next for Blink Fitness as we begin to emerge from the pandemic in terms of, you know, marketing strategy and just overall partnerships that you're currently doing. What's kind of, and again, nobody has a crystal ball, and certainly we've learned during the pandemic is planning, you know, 6 months, let alone 1 month ahead is tough sometimes, right?
Yeah.
What does the future hold? What are you kind of looking out at in the next month or two?
Yeah. So, we touched on this and you sort of asked me that question just a minute ago. Content strategy is still a very big part of how we engage with our current customer base as well as new customers. So I think identifying for our current member base, how they want to get content from us, and even through the social channels, we've taken a lot of that workout sort of instruction that we did throughout the pandemic, and now we're creating sort of snackable workouts so that people, that are following us on Instagram or Facebook actually have access, on the weekly on new sort of workout recommendations, but in a fun social way that we've focused on. So content strategy from the overarching story right down to that snackable content on social is a big part of where we're focused, blog, etc. I think as we expand, because we are going to continue to open new gyms across the United States, I think awareness is a really big part, and how can we do that efficiently and effectively, right? Like that's also one of the benefits of digital. So how do you build that sort of top of funnel, that overarching brand story, but at the same time, very much like the service that you offer, how can we get at the local level and begin to really attract those markets as we move into the market? So I think understanding sort of the relationship between those two is really an important part, because at the end of the day, we are a local business. We impact the communities where we are, and we know that people that come to the gym or are interested in working out are very close to the location of where we are.
And by the way, if anybody wants to begin asking some questions, I think there's a Q&A box, so we can take some of those as we kind of approach the time limit here. One thing I want to ask you about is going from kind of a fashion background to fitness. What have you what have you been able to take over from the fashion world to the fitness world? What learnings, what experiences? Because certainly there is definitely a fashion element to fitness, right? So interesting what you've been able to transcribe over from your previous roles to this role.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part is customer centricity, right? And understanding, I spoke a lot about she because I, was primarily female fashion that I was focused on, but, where is she in her journey, and understanding where she is and really having that conversation with her. A lot of that has taken over, but I think you had touched on this a little bit earlier. It's this idea of omni-channel, right? Like the relationship between the offline and online world have become more important than ever. And, I think that if anything, the pandemic has really accelerated our exploration into digital, and what does that mean for our brand and our business going forward. So I think those are some big takeaways. And I think also the marrying sort of, of the physical attributes and the confidence that you feel in your physicality, but how important the mood is over anything. And you feel that both in fashion and certainly with the, after you work out, how good you feel as well.
Yeah, very true. Very true. A couple questions coming in. What are some tools you use to explore and define your customer's journey?
Yeah, so a lot of that is data and analysis that we do actually from sort of homegrown. A lot of the work that we do is really looking at those journeys in both how they come to the brand, and then once they're in the brand, we really delve in now into the app and app behavior. So we have a sense of, when they're going to the gym and then when they're using it. So a lot of it is really revolving around the app as of right now.
And when you say revolving around the app, so really looking at time, place, engagement.
Yeah, because yeah, well, all of it, when they enter the gym, they're using their app. They're also using the app. So the interesting thing is, originally when the app launched, it was really your partner for in the gym, right? Like it was your workout partner, or you could potentially use it both in the gym and outside of the gym. So we're just, we're looking at how people are using it. A lot of people are back to using the app as a vehicle while they're in the gym, in addition to using it outside the gym. So just getting a sense of both check-in behavior as well as what they're doing and content wise on the app.
Gotcha. Well, I think we're at our time limit. I think you guys are doing some great stuff, and I really appreciate and like the authenticity, the approach, the omni-channel strategy, because again, fitness has changed indefinitely, right? Pre and now kind of this new normal. One last question. What are your predictions for your industry moving into 2022?
Oh, I don't do predictions, but what I'm hoping for and really what we're seeing is, this real big interest back into feeling good, right? And whatever that means for the individual, I think that, is sort of the silver lining coming out of the pandemic, is this renewed interest in both mental wellness and physical wellness, and where the two shall meet. I think that is something really wonderful and, positive that came out of this whole period of time. So is really watching that influx, and hopefully that means that more people are going to be participating in the fitness industry and either beginning their journeys or restarting their journeys. That's really what we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and if anything, I think too, people are much more open to other forms of fitness, right? Whether it's, again, the mental health aspects, the meditation, the yoga, right?
Yeah.
And really looking behind just going in there and doing a class or pumping some iron. And we're all cooped up in our houses, my God, right? Like even going for a walk, right? And just doing something, I think, is so important. Another question: has the crisis forced modifications to your goals, short, mid, long-term goals, based on how you measure success and changes in consumer behavior? So in terms of when you're looking at, I guess, measuring your KPI in terms of tracking performance, has the crisis shortened that time frame, or has it stayed sort of kind of fluid?
I think it stayed fluid. I really do. I think if anything, it's funny, we sort of talked about this before we had this conversation here live, is this whole idea used to talk about 3-year plans, 5-year plans, and now it feels like, we're sort of in the moment or planning for tomorrow. So we really, really are staying very focused on those KPIs on the regular, much probably more tapped into them than we ever have been, because we're seeing shifts in behavior that are sometimes being driven by outside forces. For instance, an example is the mandate in New York City and the requirement around vaccination for restaurants and fitness. Those sort of inflection points of change have just caused us to just constantly reassess. And I think something too is just constantly be in touch with our consumer base. Like now more than ever, we're having, regular conversations with our consumers, whether it's survey or other vehicles, but it's really become really important to really understand where they are.
Another question came through. Any trends on content consumption that you've seen during the pandemic that you think will stay?
Yeah, I think this idea of snackable content has really, we've seen it really come to light, right? Like it used to be, it would take 15 minutes or an hour to watch, a workout experience. And, we're creating these short snackable sort of directive about different ways to work out. And people are really either sharing them or saving them or both. And we're seeing really high engagement with that kind of content. So we continue. Obviously, each channel, we spend a lot of time focused on each particular channel, because behavior on TikTok is very different than, Facebook or Instagram. So we're very cognizant of what we post and when we post it on those channels. But across the board, we're definitely seeing a higher interest in snackable content.
So I think we're almost at time, but we got one more question. It feels like every day there's a new app, a new device the marketers need to pay attention to. How do you make sense of all that fragmentation and evaluate and determine what channels best meet your needs in terms of engaging your customers, your consumers?
Yeah, I think, I think that's true. I spend a lot of time sort of offline and reading newsletters and sort of talking to people. But I also rely on partners like you, Gil. Like, there are people that support our marketing tech stack to also help guide us through this time period. I just think there is, like, this question, infers or directly asked. There's just so much out there. How do you manage it all? So I think those two areas are really important. One, the privacy and staying on top of that. And I definitely lean in to my partners in my marketing tech stack for direction around that. And the second is sort of the future, I guess, and where things are going, and what do I need to pay attention to, whether it's, VR or whatever might be next.
CTV, you name it, right?
Yeah. I think there's like the near future, and then there's a little bit further out.
That's right. Well, I think we're at time. So
they haven't interrupted us yet, so we're doing okay.
Okay, so we'll
No,
we can keep going.
We'll just keep going till they get rid of us.
Yeah. The privacy first approach, I think, is an important one. I mean,
yeah.
You want to, one of the things about being London-based that kind of has worked to our advantage in hindsight is being GDPR compliant way back in 2018. And now CCPA and CDPA, which is Virginia's law, CCPA, California's law. And essentially, you could have every state with their own privacy laws. Hopefully, there'll be some kind of a national law that comes in, or else you could have 50 different privacy laws. Is really, it's important to just make sure you give consumers, you give members control over when, how, and where their data is shared, right? And I think that's something that our industry right now is going through a very disruptive period right now with the iOS changes. It was 14.5. I think we're already 15 plus. And then also the cookies eventually, kind of being reduced, whether it's Mozilla right now and Safari, and then you've got Chrome on the horizon, right? So definitely things to take advantage of. But it's been a pleasure chatting with you, Michelle.
And you too, Gil. Thank you.
And thank you again, Keith and Brand Innovators, for giving us the opportunity to chat.
Definitely. Thank you both.
Yeah, you bet, Michelle. Gil, fascinating kickoff chat. Michelle, Blink Fitness adopting the first, strategy, and then, leveraging that as gym members return, including me. And then, I found also really insightful and frankly fascinating that, your partnership with first responders and supporting communities where you have such a strong and important presence as part of the social fabric and the members' physical and mental well-being that you support in those communities. I really found that to be so timely and so important, obviously, to your mission and executing that mission. And speaking of execution, Gil and other partners, I loved how you were very candid about building your overall brand strategy and marrying that with a local brand strategy, in partnership. With those who you trust execute that. So great kickoff chat to you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Michelle.
Yep. Be well, both of you.
All right. We are waiting now for our next session to begin the technical piece of that session, I should say. So in a moment, we're going to be joined by two very smart and insightful gentlemen. We're going to be welcoming to the stage Mike Venables, head of media and the managing director at Citi. Give a little info on Mike's background. Prior to Citi, Mike has an extensive background in media with agency experience across a breadth of clients. Joining Mike on stage to moderate this session will be Jim Carrico, the President and Chief Revenue Officer of Advertising Sales at Kadant. And during this session, we're going to hear from Mike and Jim as we load up their cameras and they load up their and we load up their audio for these guys. We're going to hear from Mike and Jim on the state of media buying in today's changing media landscape, how Citi stands out from the pack in a competitive financial services marketplace, and the importance of building a strategic data mix. Mike and Jim will also touch on, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and, why that's a business imperative in today's media and brand space. And then Mike has some experience in moving from media and the agency world to the brand world, and bringing that business in-house. So we have a lot to cover. They have a lot to cover, Mike and Jim. So welcome to the stage, you gentlemen, to take us through our next talk track.
Thank you. Michael, I don't think his video's on yet. There he is.
There's Mike. Yep.
Mike, how are you? Good to see you again.
Great to see you too, Jim. Thanks, everybody.
All right, you're good to go, guys.
Thank you. So, just excited to catch up. Mike and I spent a little bit last week getting to know each other, and that was great, and found out some interesting things. But one of the things I wanted to start with, Mike, since I spoke to you last week, I didn't know so many really important people graduated from Providence College. So people don't know, Mike graduated from Providence College, but let me just run a few names. Did you know all these people graduated? Christopher Dodd, Lenny Wilkins, Doris Burke, right, of ESPN, and my favorite general manager in hockey, Lou Lamoriello. That's quite a list.
Yeah. It's a list that I'm trying to make my way onto that list for the next summit that people are hosting, but I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah. So just if you know, I went to Iona College, and I'm pretty much setting the bar for Iona. I've looked over some of the famous people that have graduated from Iona, and I think Jeff Ruland of the Washington Bullets at the time is at the top of the list. So I'm going to go with I'm number 6 of all time, but that's my own story. But
you got my vote, Jim.
it's my story. I'm sticking to it. So just so you know, I know when we spoke last time, I'm going to show this quick so people don't write down my number, but I wanted to let you know that I'm a big supporter in many ways. You've had my money for a long time. So I'm excited to talk to you today just about a lot of things, but I wanted to, somebody wrote a joke why we were writing, did Jeff Ruland actually graduate? I'm not really sure. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, you made the change from being an agency person, right? Most recently your Hearts of Sciences, right? And you went over to the client side. Tell us what that transition has been like for you.
Well, I knew that I wanted to move client side at some point, and this opportunity, just the right company, right opportunity, right people, kind of came together. And it's been interesting. I'd like to think that I haven't quite lost my agency hustle yet. So I think maybe it's a little bit of a mix of both worlds still, but no, I think at the end of the day, we're all still trying to do the same thing, right? We're all still trying to get the most out of our media and marketing investment. It's just a matter of which side of the table you're sitting on, but hopefully, and I guess my agency team will have to attest to this or not, but hopefully my experience in the agency side on that side of the table is allowing me to be a fair client, but I guess time will tell on that. But it's been a good transition so far. I'm really enjoying it. I happen to be blessed to be with a great company with great people surrounding me.
For people who also don't know, is that the city has a couple of different locations, and one of which is down the block from where I grew up in Long Island City, Queens. So another reason why I'm a big fan of the company is when we were younger, what year did they build that building in Long Island City?
You got me on that one.
But that neighborhood all of a sudden, was a neighborhood of just, small commercial buildings and neighborhood people. And then all of a sudden we have the giant city building in the middle of it. And since then, so much of that area has been built up. So it's really helped invigorate that whole area and brought that part of Queens to a new level. So I want to start with, the other thing why I'm a big fan of yours is your creative these days have two hysterical people, right? Rashida Jones and David Levy. And we also talked about this. If people knew the trivia question, everybody probably knows who Rashida Jones's father is, but does everybody know who Rashida Jones's mom was? And that's Peggy Lipton, by the way, from Mod Squad. So I know I'm aging myself. I know most of the people on this have no clue what Mod Squad is, but look it up. But tell me a little bit about your creative and how that all came to be.
Yeah, well, that creative is in support of a new product that we just launched, a new credit card, which is sort of born out of insights that we got from our sort of more progressive, sometimes younger demographic customer. And that was that people wanted a product that really just like adjusted to them. They wanted a credit card that maximized their returns based on how they spent, regardless of whether they spent on gas or on live entertainment or streaming services or what have you. They wanted a bank that would sort of make those adjustments and give them the maximum return for wherever they were actually spending. And so we did quite a bit of research on who resonates with that audience and who would actually deliver for us and align with our brand. And so Rashida Jones and Dan Levy sort of ticked all the boxes there. They've been great to work with, and we had a big launch back in June of this year for the Citi Custom Cash Card, which is what I was just talking about. And they've been great ambassadors for us ever since.
Yep. I'm still sad that Schitt's Creek isn't on anymore, but really funny, great creative, and I really enjoy it. So we have a bunch of questions. We're gonna try to start a little wide, and tell me if you just want to go quick through them. But the biggest one is from a really wide point of view. What did you take on the changing consumer behaviors that are happening out there? The world is changing so quick now. Stuff used to change every 5 years. After 10 years, now things change every quarter. So how do you guys keep up with that?
Yeah, well, I feel like 18 months ago feels like a different decade or era at this point. Look, every brand has to keep up with that change, right? I think there are a few that most people are probably grappling with or dealing with or using to their advantage, right? I think one is just because of the nature of how everything sort of abruptly shifted in the last, like I said, in the last 18 months. I think consumers have come to have a different level of expectations for a digital experience with a brand, and I think that bodes pretty well for us. I know those of us in New York see Citi, our brick and mortar presence. Jim, you're talking about our office in Long Island City. But in many markets where we don't have a brick and mortar location, we're largely a digital bank. And so, over the years, we've put quite a bit of time and effort and resource into making sure that the sort of end-to-end digital experience for someone who is becoming a customer of Citi's or is an existing customer of Citi's is really just seamless and feels natural and is as headache-free as possible. So I think that's number one. I think that's sort of serves as a bit of an advantage for us. But that's certainly number one, where I think where it was really important before, now it's absolutely paramount. The second one I'd say is that there's, I think because of the monotony of the pandemic and so many people being at home for so long, I think now people are in this sort of constant state of reevaluation, which is both dangerous and a great opportunity as well, right? It's dangerous for if you're looking at your own customers, you don't want them evaluating other options, but I think it's also an opportunity for the brands that mean most to people to really shine and succeed. I think we're all probably in our business dealing with the great resignation, right? Where a lot of people are reevaluating their careers and their jobs. And I guess I changed jobs over the pandemic, so bucket me into that. I think there's really an opportunity, but also a threat with that kind of constant questioning of status quo, reevaluation. And then I think lastly, I think that people, when they think about brands, I think there's a different lens now, less so because of the pandemic and more so because of what's happened culturally, especially in our country in the last couple of years, which is that I think purpose-driven marketing means a lot more to people these days. And I think that what a brand stands for, right? The role that a brand plays on issues where there might be a cultural tension or societal issues, I think that is a much more important factor to people these days than maybe in years past. And so, for Citi, right, we've spent a lot of time sort of making, double checking the mirror to make sure that what we're saying and how we feel about certain topics and issues is coming across authentically. Because our mission as a company, right, is to drive growth and economic progress across the communities we serve. And when there's disparity with how a particular community is treated or viewed, that's where I think we kind of feel a level of accountability to stand up and say something. And so I think you've seen that come across in some of our work, particularly some of our DE&I work over the last couple of years. But yeah, I think those are some kind of macro factors that really have an impact on marketing and media in particular. And we're just, trying to lean in as hard as we can and capture as much data as we can about those things and be as nimble as possible in how we come out and, stand up certain messages and certain positions on things.
You mentioned before with Citi being brick and mortar on the East Coast, and not having brick and mortar, across the country. I was talking to you earlier about Wells Fargo doing the same thing kind of in reverse, right? We always thought of Wells Fargo as a West Coast bank. How do you make sure that people don't think of Citi as a regional bank, as a New York centric bank, that it is a national bank?
Yeah, well, I think most people, 90+% of their time with their bank is a digital experience. So that goes back to what I was saying before, making sure that our end-to-end offering is one that people enjoy and is frictionless. And if you're a customer from multiple different products that we offer, that we don't feel like it's two different companies that are servicing you, and it's one app and one experience. And so I think that part's really important. But yeah, I think the role of brick and mortar, in retail in general has obviously changed quite a bit, right? That's a statement that's much more broad than a financial services one. But we do see a value in continuing to have the human touch, right? I think there's certainly a desire for kind of end-to-end, self-serve banking, but at some point you're faced with something with your finances where maybe you aren't an expert and you do need a little bit of a human touch. And I think we've done a pretty good job of balancing those things.
And the same with local banking. There's, I look in Connecticut, I drive down the street and it's like, Danbury Bank, the, First Financial Bank. How do you compete and stand out? Like, how do you separate and differentiate yourself from so many different local banks?
Yeah, well, I think it's I think it comes down to when you have an offering that might be perceived from the public as something that other competitors in your category might offer, right? When you're operating in a competitive market or even one that's slightly commoditized, those are the best markets to be in, because those are the markets where marketing is actually what makes the difference, right? That's what's going to make someone choose a brand or not choose a brand. When the product doesn't clearly sell itself, those are the best environments for us marketers to work within, because that's where we can really set ourselves apart and differentiate through what we stand for, what we believe, how we're coming across, and then the experience that someone has as they're becoming a customer or as they are a customer and using our products. So yeah, I think that's actually where marketing comes in.
Yeah.
Happy to say.
Well, I know in the banking industry, you target everybody, right? But you know, as somebody who's been working with millennials and managing millennials and having 3 millennials in my household, we know they're different. I know you have 3 young children. We talked about that, and you know, you're going to be working for quite a few years. I think the kids are 6, 8, and 9, was it?
Close. Yeah. Feels like 16, 18, 19, but yeah, you're close there. Yep.
Yeah. So the question I have for you is how do you, first of all, reach millennials, and how do you speak to millennials, like versus things that were done more traditional? I'm a baby boomer, you know, the way you talk to a baby boomer versus the way you talk to millennial. How does that work?
Yeah, well, I think finding our right audiences has obviously become much more challenging these days than it was a decade or 2 ago. You know, consumption is just so fragmented, particularly in video. So, you know, I think what we're trying to do first and foremost is get the groundwork right. You know, get the right bedrock of sort of a holistic view of everybody, and that's specifically what I'm talking about is building you know, a first party data set of our customers and also prospects with the right signals and the right insights, so that we can speak to people across all of their devices, across all of their consumption choices, right? And know that we're not know that we're not treating them all as like individual cookies, right? Because that goes away. So we've been putting quite a bit of effort into building out like a first party kind of graph. It's like 6 or 7 years in the making, and it includes, you know, it includes sort of identity and data that is from all of our different product sets, and also has a connection into the media ecosystem. And so I think starting there, so that you have sort of a holistic view of audiences, is the right thing to do, because obviously your best prospects or your best customers are going to be the customers that have more than one product of yours, right? Multiple sort of multi-relationship customers. And so it becomes really important to use the right signals and behaviors to be able to say the right thing to those customers and prospects at the right time. You know, if they're candidates for multiple products, you know, you don't want to sort of have your investments or your campaigns overlapping or cannibalizing one another. So you have to be really surgical about when to message them about, you know, product A versus product B, and you have to have informed kind of data-driven decisioning that leads to that. But I'd love your perspective on, you know, what Kadant's up to, and you know, you're obviously deep in the game of video consumption habits and transforming business. So I'd love to hear what you're up to over there.
Well, you know, it's interesting because my background is I used to run sales for Viacom Nickelodeon. So, you know, again, you having young kids, and we were talking about this a little bit, is they don't watch TV the way my kids even watch TV. So we saw the change coming at Nickelodeon. You know, we saw the train coming down the tracks. I mean, you could see how kids were absorbing content very different. You know, this was 10, 12, 14 years ago it started. You know, you got to remember, you take a 9-year-old back 14 years ago, that 9-year-old is now 23 years old and one of your customers. And it's very fast that they go through the pipeline. So it really started back then that we started to see the change. And when I came over to Kadant almost 8 years ago now, the world was so different, right? I mean, yes, we saw that VPVHs were going down. We saw that ratings were going down. But I think in the last year or two, the speed of that change has been remarkable. Even last night at the Emmy Awards, look at all the winners, right? Most of the winners of the Emmy Awards were all OTT CTV. So just about 2 years ago, we bought a DSP called 4Info. And I think going back to your cookies, 2 things about 4Info as a DSP, it gave us the plumbing into OTT and CTV. supply, it also gave us an incredible device graph into the household that was built in a cookieless environment. And we knew, that we couldn't just be a cable linear company. We couldn't just be a broadcast linear company. We diversified into addressable, and most recently in the last 6-9 months, really have put our footprint into OTT and CTV using this device graph and our DSP capability. So, it's a huge part. We know the eyeballs are going there. We know in this year's upfront that so much money moved from linear cable and linear broadcast into OTT and CTV. Look at Ted Lasso, right? How many awards did Ted Lasso win last night? And the morning show with what's her name from Friends? Yeah. That show is one award. So the eyeballs are shifting that way, and the kids who are 6, 8, 10, 12 years old, the way they absorb content is never going to change. It's never going to go back, right? They're not going to all of a sudden turn on and say, I want to watch this channel or that channel or this channel. And believe it or not, in 10 years, they'll be your customers. So yes, Kadant saw the need for that. And that's why we have a huge push into OTT, CTV, especially in fluidity for all of our media campaigns. And I would say right now, about 70% of all of our upfront advertisers agree to do fluidity because they also understand the need to get those eyeballs as they move across screens. So tell me why we're talking about that. Tell me a little bit about the future of media buying and how the shifting landscape changing the way you develop your advertising strategy going forward. So thinking of that, social, digital, linear. So how are you guys now going to approach that as you see this changing landscape?
Yeah, sure. So I think like most, we're just, you got to follow the consumption. So to your point, I think the Emmys last night was a really good microcosm. I think obviously, it comes down to the combination of, where are our most valuable audiences? How are they consuming media? And then where are they most receptive to hearing from us, right? So we've been super calculated about making sure that we show up right in certain environments. So, we were without calling out specific publisher names, but there are, certain social platforms, for instance, who have a demographic and an audience and certain behaviors that you kind of have to show up the right way in an authentic way as a brand, or you get laughed off stage. And so we've entered some of those platforms in a really calculated way with a high level of self-awareness, right? That we are a bank, right? And we have to make sure that we're being really authentic to ourselves and that we're not trying to sort of dance our way into an environment just because the consumption is there. The other thing that we are laser focused on right now is measurement. And I know you asked about strategy, but when you're a data-driven team or company, the data-driven decisions come from where the data that you're looking at. And I think our industry right now is in a really tough place as it relates to measurement. And it's never been more difficult to look at an investment kind of holistically and say, this was my return from that investment. And that's really frustrating for a marketer. And so we've been spending quite a bit of time, energy, and resource trying to bring our media delivery data into that first party environment that I was telling you about earlier, kind of our city ID, and looking at the impact that media exposure has on our customer and prospect base, and sort of stitching together the customer journey, on our own with some help from, of course, partners and technology. But, gone are the days where you have a single tool to measure audience delivery and video, and gone are the days where you have a single tool to measure all of your digital interactions. And so it's really, really challenging to piece this stuff together and to come up with, strategic insights about what's working and what's not. And I think we're really good at siloed views, like how did this channel or this tactic or this publisher do? But when you actually try to sort of normalize that across everything that you're putting out there, all of your investment, all of your different channels, all of the screens, it's really challenging. And so I think that's where I would say, outside of what I was talking about before in terms of the media strategy, but that's where a lot of our efforts focused right now to make sure that we, and by the way, it's going to keep on changing, right? As privacy takes a bigger role in everything that we do. It's something that we're making sure that we're kind of going towards a North Star, and we know that we'll have to pivot along the way, but as long as we're building towards what we think will be what the future looks like, then I think we're all feeling pretty good about it. But it's definitely a time of uncertainty as it relates to media measurement. And it's something that we're really committed to addressing ourselves to the greatest extent possible.
I'm sure like everybody else, you look at the MMM data, right? Which so many people have told us in this upfront keeps telling them to buy more linear TV. How do you battle, all your models that you've built that ultimately tells you linear, and yet every newspaper tells you, digital, social, right? So how do you kind of, make sure that you're giving both sides its due?
Yeah, it really, it gets in the weeds really quickly, but, first of all, I think media mix models need to be taken with a bit of a grain of salt, because usually they're based on like 2 or 3 years worth of data. And if you think about the speed at which our industry changes and consumer behavior shifts, and particularly the last 18 months, if you think about, data from 2 years ago feels like you kind of want to just throw it out the window, right? So I think you got to take that with a grain of salt. But I think at the end of the day, you're using sort of a mix of those breadth-based tools that look really high level and over long periods of time, and using that as a factor, but not the end all be all, and then sort of shifting to more depth-based tools where you can get really into, attribution and different tactics and placements and the things that are actually a little bit more tangible and pragmatic when it comes to optimizing your media investment.
So as you've touched on data, and let's go all the way to the attribution part of it, right? So KPIs, how do you guys set your KPIs? Like, what is a win for you?
Well, a win is, I would say, simply put, is a new customer or an existing customer who has decided to stay. And we try to keep that in mind, even as it relates to our brand marketing, which is not product specific and is much more about our ESG agenda, which includes a number of different elements. But at the end of the day, the reason that you are marketing for brand, even, right, is to create an affinity towards your company, your brand, to eventually hopefully get people to become customers down the road because of that affinity, right? So I still think the KPI is new customers or saved customers. It's just a matter of the longevity of that view, right? I don't think brand marketing is designed to attract troves of customers today and tomorrow. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But at the end of the day, we're reporting results out to Wall Street, and marketing needs to deliver that return. So I think as we plan, even like I said, brand campaigns, we're thinking about it with a little bit of a performance marketer's mindset, even though we're not like optimizing on a daily basis to a customer acquisition for that type of initiative, for instance. But it's at the end of the day, it's all about, did we grow our business and did we maintain that growth?
Mm-hmm. How far out, with so much uncertainty going on in the world right now, you see today the stock market is making us all crazy, but how far out are you guys thinking about your creative message? Like, or is it more, let's be nimble, let's make sure we're on our toes, and as things change quickly, we want to change? Or are you planning far out in the future?
It's a mix of both. We need to be nimble, right? Because otherwise we'll just be antiquated in what we're saying. And, slow does not survive 2021. That's for sure. So, we need to maintain that sort of nimbleness and the agility. But I will say that you want to make sure that you're staying within your overall strategic swim lane. And so that's where quite a bit of forward planning takes place. Making sure that we've nailed down what we actually stand for, like I was saying earlier, that we're outlining the specific issues that we want to make sure that we're publicly addressing as a company and standing up for in the communities that we serve, that we feel like are being underserviced from a societal standpoint. And so those things take more forward planning because they are strategic in nature. I think as we get into the day to day, and whether we're trying to get people to sign up for credit cards or become customers of our retail bank or open a mortgage, I think that's where we can be a little bit more nimble, dynamic, and fast. But yeah, I think it's a balance of both. But you certainly don't want to be slow in the areas where you need to be fast, because that's not a long game strategy.
Tell us a little bit about your perspective on the fintech, communities in general. How's that changing banking? How is that changing how you look at banking, et cetera? So, and how important is it going forward?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's really healthy. I think competition and innovation is great. And it's certainly something that we keep a very close eye on. In fact, we've developed products that are based on some of that innovation that came from the fintech world. And you boil it down, I think it comes down back to some of those consumer insights about what matters to people. Of course, things like pricing and some of the more kind of tangible elements of offers, things like that, those are going to matter to people. But when it comes to the actual product, we just launched a product called Citi Self Invest, which is part of our wealth portfolio, which is really like a self-directed trading platform, which is obviously getting, there's some fintech players making a lot of noise in that space. And it's an area where we feel like we're really well positioned because of the trust that we bring, as such a long-standing kind of trustworthy bank. But coupled with the innovation of being able to develop products quickly that are playing off of consumer insights and what people are looking for and how they're treating their own personal finances, I think we're well positioned there. But I think overall the competition is healthy competition, and that's an area where I think, going back to our last question, if 5 years from now we were launching that same product, I think we might be more on the outside looking in. But I think being able to move quickly and to adjust to some of those emerging trends that we think are here to stay, and placing bets in a really calculated way on what we think is next is that's sort of woven into our DNA as a company. And I think that's why we are age-wise, that's why we've been around for so long.
One thing I found very powerful was your involvement with the Paralympics. Tell us a little bit how you got involved and where's that heading?
Yeah, so that's a long-standing partnership, and we actually, as part of that sponsorship this year, we launched a new body of work that is much more about our brand and kind of what we stand for. So the name of the body of work is called For the Love of Progress, and it ties back to that initial mission, right, of driving and enabling growth and economic progress for all of the communities we serve. And that's a really powerful body of work, the Paralympics work. It's for anybody who hasn't seen it, please check it out. It's fantastic. It's it's called STARE. So the whole concept is, as we were working with these athletes who were participating in the Paralympics, we heard from them that their whole lives, because of their diverse abilities, people just stare at them, right? Like their whole lives they've been stared at, and now they're, sitting here competing in front of millions and millions of eyeballs. And the whole concept is, yeah, it's okay to stare. It's okay to stare. You've been staring at me my whole life. I'm not nervous. And it's powerful. Yeah.
Really powerful. And I must say, that is some of the best creative I've ever seen, right? It really gives you goosebumps when you see it. So
Thank you.
Also, you guys are leaders of in DEI, right? And you're a female CEO, and she certainly has gotten a lot of press recently, and a leader in the DEI movement. Tell us a little bit about that and how you guys embrace that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, we're thrilled. Jane Fraser started as our CEO about a month before I joined the organization, and knowing that she was taking office was definitely a positive in the evaluation of whether this was the right opportunity for me. So on a personal level, really sort of inspired by her and all that she's accomplished, and her presence has certainly been felt in the first 6 or so months that she's actually been in that position, but she's been with Citi for long before that. But yeah, we have a very aggressive ESG agenda, and one of the major legs to that stool is our DE&I initiative. And so, even specifically for marketing, we've got a really, really robust supplier diversity program. We're going to be spending $1 billion with diverse suppliers by 2023. And actually that number last year, I think, was 875 million. If I'm, don't quote me on that, but I think that's what the number was last year. So we're tracking, we're doing really well there. And then in terms of media and advertising, we've gone so far as to put a set of demands and expectations out there for our agency partners. So we have specific percentages in terms of the makeup of our team, and what percentage people of color represent in the agency teams supporting us. We have numbers both for the requirements, both for the teams at large as well as leadership positions. And then the same thing goes for the talent that's cast in all of our creative work. So, really trying to put our money where our mouth is there. And then, like I said, in terms of our work, we feel kind of like a social responsibility, societal responsibility to take a stand on topics where we have a strong point of view, and we're not afraid to make that point of view clear. And so I think you've seen that over the course of the last couple of years between our BLM and our Stop Asian Hate, and the list goes on. But we do feel like we have a responsibility and a role to play there, and we're not afraid to play it.
It's excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I have a question for you. So there's 110, 115 people listening to you. What advice do you have for some of the younger people on this call, for somebody who started on the agency side, went to the client side, the crazy changes that we're seeing every day? My daughter is in the business. She works at Viacom, and she tells me every day, "Oh my God, Dad, this is nothing like when you used to come home from work." And so what kind of advice do you have for some of the younger people as they try to navigate through their career?
Yeah, sure. So first and foremost, this is a business that is, it's a fast moving, ever changing one. And if you're looking for slow and stagnant, this is not the business for you, right? My favorite part about our industry is that it just completely reinvents itself every few years, and there's new major shifts in what we need to tackle as an industry every couple of years, and that's honestly my favorite part about it. But advice, I would say, number one, it's a really small industry. Do not burn bridges. That will come back. that's an important one. And the other one I'd say is that, especially for the sort of new crop of talent who are entering our industry, this year, last year, I would say, take leadership really seriously and start to refine your leadership skills now. Whether that's like digesting literature, whether that's just practicing and sort of like taking a lead on certain projects, even if you don't have people reporting to you. Your role over time, the balance between the actual work and then your role as a leader, that ratio shifts pretty significantly, pretty quickly in our business, and particularly on the agency side. And that is such a critical skill set to have, and something to be so self-aware of, that you're never going to be perfect in that area. You can always be a better leader. And I think just having that self-awareness and that mentality will go a long way, because at the end of the day, you're one human being. And as you grow, you're going to be responsible for delivering more than what one human being can deliver, right? You're going to have a team of people supporting you to deliver what you need to deliver. And it's really important that that you can work with a group of people like that and keep people motivated and happy and have their backs and all that stuff. So I would say start working on those skills now.
Great stuff. So if you could change one thing, and you can't change the ratings because it's too late, but if you could change one thing about the industry, is it reporting? Is it data? You've seen it from both sides now. What would you want to change?
I would change. I would change measurement. Our industry is in a really bad place as it relates to measurement right now, and that is not good for anybody. When a brand has to work as hard as it does to really outline what its return is on an investment, that's not good for anybody. That is not an environment where investment will continue to come in from other areas. That's an area that's going to cause more question marks than it will bring new investment. So I think we have to lock arms as an industry, and we have to address this. I think it's the single biggest challenge that we're all facing if we want to continue to grow across all aspects of our business.
I do have one question that came in. The banking industry heavily regulates products, offers. How does that impact your differentiating strategy from a branding standpoint?
Sure. Yeah. So it is highly regulated. There are fair lending and and other laws really, for good reason, dictate different groups that we can and cannot target, and different groups that we can and cannot build product around. And so it is, but those regulations are in for a reason, and it's for good reason, right? But that does not prohibit anyone from innovating or differentiating. And that's where I'm so proud to work for the company that I do, because of our stance on so many really important issues in our world. It's one of the big attractors that brought me to Citi, is that I really feel like it's a brand that speaks up and stands for what it actually believes in. And I think that's the stuff that differentiates. When all is said and done, and people have to make a choice between a financial services provider on what they're going to do with their own money, how they feel about that company and that brand, it really matters. So I think that innovation, those guardrails are in place for specific reasons, but that doesn't necessarily inhibit innovation. Jim, I think you just went on mute.
Sorry. There's a question here, and I'm not sure. I'm trying to read it and understand it, but I'll read it to you. Since you're in the banking world, you can help. Somebody is really curious in regards to the banking industry and the human touch. You said BOA definitely feels it is important. I'm curious if this is generational, i.e. the 50+ crowd wants it more than Gen Y do not.
So we don't really think in terms of demographics. However, that's where you need to be able to have a product base and a product set that allows people to self-select the type of model that they want. And, so the wealth industry, for instance, has this huge dichotomy of people who want to just do everything themselves, self-directed, right? But then there's a whole group of people who want to make sure that someone else is looking after the choices that they're making, and they do need a human touch. And so you don't have to offer everything to everybody, but I think you need to build your business in a way that allows people to select which model they're looking for and be able to deliver on both. So hopefully that answers that question.
Can I ask one more before we go? Thinking about the holidays, does shopper marketing impact City's advertising strategy? If so, how?
Well, I think shopper marketing as a definition has changed over the course of the last couple of years. I think the holidays represent a big opportunity for City from a seasonality standpoint, obviously, because spending tends to go up, right? And so there's a big opportunity preceding that to make sure that we're delivering what we need to Wall Street. But I wouldn't say that like shopper marketing is the thing that we have to like double down on. We have a highly considered product set, and there's always on kind of performance marketing that's taking place. And so I think the answer is yes, I guess, but not to the extent where it would like move mountains in terms of what we're doing.
And this is my last question. Are you related at all to Brent Venables?
I am not. There aren't many Venables out there, but I do follow him closely and jokingly refer to him as Uncle Brent. But no, there's no relation.
For those who don't know, Brent Venables is the defensive coordinator for the Clemson Tiger football team. And I wanted to ask you that when I first met you. And I was like, because I don't see that name. I was like, I wonder if you're somehow related to him, but pretty cool. But listen, I want to just say, I guess our time is up, and it went so fast, and your answers were incredible and insightful. And it was a pleasure meeting you last week, and I really thoroughly enjoyed this. So I appreciate you spending some time with us today.
Likewise, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah, Jim, good to see you as always, my friend. And Mike,
Thank
good to
you.
meet you. And really appreciated, Mike, you focusing on the very timely, purpose-driven marketing message that's such an important part of the city culture and your strategy, and you being intentional with your messaging to match the national zeitgeist, and the authenticity being such an important part to that. And then connecting and serving your customers where they are, increasingly digital and app-based in all the communities you serve across the country. And then last, talking about one of your challenges, the laser-focused, drive you have on measurement and the impact your media is having on your customers and your prospects. And it is very challenging, and relying on key partners like Jim and Caden and others will help you, as you say, sort that out. So great chat, guys. Thank you both.
Thank you. Be well, guys.
All right. As we wait for them to join us on the virtual stage and they get loaded, so to speak, technically loaded. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, I guess, as well. But for the next segment, I'd like to introduce it with a joke, another one, maybe a little better. But then I'd be told to cut the crap. So hold on. That's the name of the company she co-founded, Cut the Crap. She's also the senior director for global and U.S. media for Elf Beauty. Who is she? Lauren Thermos. And she is being joined by Julia Johnston, SVP of Agency Sales at Comscore. And their session will be diving into the media's role in building brands, how to use research and data to craft your target audiences, and ways to evaluate new media opportunities so you don't get caught up in fads. The ladies have told me, hi Lauren, hi Julia, they've told me that this session is meant to be interactive and fun. They know that you have many talks to sit through, so they're striving to create a great session that doesn't suck. So you'll have to let them know how they did afterwards. Lauren, Julia, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Keith. And I love the fact that we got you to say the word suck. So I apologize for that. But
Good job.
I'm hoping it's all fun the whole way through. So hi, Lauren. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Thank you very much. So let's start out. I wanted to introduce a little bit more about Lauren. I think you might have noticed there that she is from Australia and she has worked in the media and the client side her entire career. You know, the great thing is beauty and retail seems to have followed her, where she worked with L'Oreal and Target in Australia. And then moving to the US, Lauren worked closely with Whole Foods and Revlon. And so most recently she was at Revlon, but then she landed what she considers her dream gig at e.l.f. Cosmetics and Beauty. So Lauren has a disdain for buzzwords in the industry proclaiming everything is dead. So again, she co-founded her own marketing education and events business called Cut the Crap, which Keith just noticed that or mentioned that for us. So she's had guests like Scott Galloway as well as Cindy Gallup on her show. And if you haven't looked up Cut the Crap, please do. It's fabulous. So the next thing I want to do is let's do 10 rapid fire questions to Lauren to get to know her just a little bit better. I'm going to take about 60 seconds to do this. Our last question, I'm going to give it to her, but I'm going to ask her to hold it till the end of our conversation together. So are you ready, Lauren?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. Awesome. So number 10, favorite snack?
Choc chip Larabar.
Ooh. Number 9, favorite blog?
I'm going to say it's not my favorite. It's not a blog. It's a newsletter, but it's the Robin Hood Snacks. It's the last question about snacks, but it's really, really good. If you don't subscribe to that newsletter, I recommend it.
Okay. I'm going to do that. Favorite curse word?
How I got founded to get this job at e.l.f. was saying fucking e.l.f. So I think.
Okay, well, hey, it's out there. If it worked, it worked, right? So number 7, favorite commercial?
It'd have to be hands down the Gucci 2020 cruise commercial. That was one of the best pieces of work I've ever seen. And I still play it over and over for people if they're willing to go through the whole 2 minutes.
Oh, I think I might have to. Iggy Pop and Sienna Miller.
Yep, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. Number 6, favorite movie?
The Wedding Singer. Definitely.
Oh, wow. I like that one too. I actually, one of the executive leaders of my company actually calls me Julia Gulia. So that's a fun one.
Well, Drew Barrymore was a babe.
Number 5, favorite buzzword you love to hate?
Definitely omnichannel and agile are up there.
Fun. We'll talk about that later. Number 4, favorite social medium?
Twitter, followed by TikTok very closely.
Okay. Spend a lot of time on TikTok. That's a fun one. Number 3, favorite song?
This definitely changes depending on my mood, but I'd say at the moment, the new the Chemical Brothers new song, The Darkness That You Fear. That's really good if anyone's heard that.
I'll have to listen to that. Number 2, favorite city?
Definitely Mexico City. It's very cosmopolitan, very underrated.
Oh, wow. Okay. And this is the number 1 question. I'm just going to give it to you, but we're going to hold off for later. The favorite words to leave behind that don't suck. So
okay.
That, ruminate on it. And what I love about this is I think, you and I could hang out in Mexico City and watch the Wedding Singer, and you'll eat your Larabars, but anything that's got peanut butter on it. So that's my favorite snack. So let's go on to number 2 here. So let's talk a bit about the currency, what's going on in the industry right now and what people are considering the new normal. So what is relevant in your world right now as it relates to e.l.f.?
I'd say firstly, like the new normal, I think is in itself almost like a buzz phrase that came about as we kind of go into this second stage of, post-COVID living. But I think from a media side of things, the things that are most relevant to us right now and to myself is, foremost the consumer. I think we think about them every single day, and that's definitely not a lie or embellishing that we're not consumer centric. And it's really thinking through, how are things impacting our shopper? Where are they shopping? What are they looking for? That is something that, we're talking about daily, weekly, and just keeping a pulse on it. It's not to say that we react all the time, but it's really trying to understand the impact of like the last 18 months on the people that we're trying to reach. I would say the rising costs of digital and advertising and understanding its impact. We're getting to this point where there's a bit of a trade-off. Things are getting more expensive, and is the impact as big as it was once a day? Like, not so much. So we're trying to really understand that and what the right investment is for us. And then, decentralization and e-commerce, I think anything blockchain related, I think people laugh at me in the marketing sphere that are outside of our company, obviously, but we really do think like, we're learning about it, and you have to learn about what is happening around you, because in time, like just much like e-com did, it'll jump back up, it'll come up, and you'll have to think about how do you consider it. And then I think bringing the in real life and digital things together, like we're in this hybrid world where, we're virtual, we've got conferences, and this is not so much to, what type of events do we have? How do we connect with our audience? Is it online? Is it in real life? Where is that combination? So that's something across the board we're also thinking about, because it doesn't just affect media, it's events, it's how we go to market, it's how we're in store. So all of these things are kind of a constant kind of what we're thinking through on a daily basis, and I think are most relevant as we go into the next 6 months.
So it sounds like maybe over the last 18 months or so, that's even gotten more hypersensitive to those things you just talked about, so maybe it's like shortened our time frame, our bandwidth on how do we think about those things now, and it's kind of made things go even quicker. So it sounds, kind of works that way. Is it the same moving forward, or are you going to, you say things really, really different moving forward?
But I don't think things change that much. I think things get accelerated, and we're moving quicker on things that might have been another 5 or 6 years off. But I really, I always say we think we move fast, but often things don't move that fast at all. And when I think of what has changed, and I think we were just talking along the side the other day about, what are the things that have changed, and have they really changed? And I think the things that, keep me up at night, so to say, haven't changed. It's data. How do we use it to make better decisions? How do we inform decisions? How do we measure? How do we think about, bringing the brand and the upper funnel pieces together so we can prove that is having an effect over time? And then creative, these 3 things, I feel like any media person and any marketing team at any given time is always thinking about them and how to adapt as we're going to go through each year.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. So what are the positive things that your brands has happened at e.l.f. in the last 12 months?
Well, honestly, I'm very lucky. I only started at e.l.f. in May, so I can't take any credit for anything. But, in our last earnings call, I think we're in 10 consecutive months growth. So I feel very, very honored to work alongside, Corey, our CMO, as well as Tarang, who's an amazing operator. And so these are positive things. So everything that e.l.f. has set out to do over the last 2 years is really paying off. And last year, when most brands were flailing with their digital strategies and not knowing what to do with the changes, e.l.f. had already created that foundation. And I think that's what's really special, is that they were already thinking about the consumer first and what that digital map looks like beyond having a crisis where you had to quickly activate. So they were set up really, really well to ride the wave last year and go into this year to really, then continue to capitalize on all that positive momentum and all the people that came to e.l.f. and were able to connect with. So I think it's a testament to the team where we are today. And I think that we continue in that momentum, because we're always looking ahead and always thinking about, what's next when we think about where is our customer and what do they need from us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the same across the board. We all have to think that way. So you just talked about what it keeps you up at night. So I was going to ask that question next, but we can skip over that one. How does e.l.f. think about media? So we've talked a lot about, the actual platforms and how you're connecting with consumers, but how do you think about media, and how are you adapting the media strategy as you go forward?
So one of the reasons why I wanted to come to e.l.f. was, I think you have 2 different types of marketers and 2 different types of media people. You can have big picture and small picture, and the small picture is awfully obsessed with just these tiny little bits of information that we might get from data. But what's really special about e.l.f. is that everything is big picture, and really understanding, our consumer at a macro level, our business at a macro level, and really trying to connect the pipes across all of these different things for the long haul, not just these short-term bursts. So when I think about media, and I think about that specifically in this context, I'm so proud to work in an organization that thinks of it as the fuel that could help us ignite the different channels that we have underneath us, and within a team integrated marketing and for the brand. You're always straddling, direct response and brand building at the same time, and making sure that synergy is there, because there's no good just having performance marketing if no one's interested in your brand. You need both.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think we do a very good job of balancing them. But what I think the philosophy of how media, and how I even see myself within the sphere of the team is that, we start with the brand strategy first. Like that's so important, followed by like where the customer is, what our comms hierarchy is, and then our creative strategy. And then we go, hey, media. And media is meant to be the fuel that really extends everything that we do far beyond, just the remit of what we can get organically. So I really do see us as that kind of fuel where we line up to all the things that we want to fire out and drive that momentum across the integrated teams.
That's so smart and so relevant. I always talk about media in that same aspect. It doesn't matter if you have a souped up Chrysler 300 or if you're driving the new electric car, you've got to have the right fuel in there in order to go anywhere. So really well put. So we've got a couple of questions. Can I stop?
Yeah, go for it.
So Phil Lomax has asked a few questions here. e.l.f. has some great success on TikTok. How have you measured success on the platform? How are you engaging with audiences authentically?
That's a great question. I think the TikTok one, it is a little anomaly, TikTok as a social platform. And I think the brilliant thing that e.l.f. has done, and it's a collective effort, I can assure you, is not only collaborate with partners outside of, we have an agency, we work with Movers and Shakers, but we also work, with the brand, the integrated marketing team, the influencer lead. And the way that I think, I'd really say that we've won TikTok in a way is the authentic way we've gone to market organically. I think starting at the channel at a level where you're thinking about fueling it with the right content that people want to see, we don't go straight to we need to advertise on TikTok. It's really how do we actually connect with our audience that's on TikTok and how do they want us to show up? And so we've really made a concerted effort to think about that organic content strategy with our partners to make sure that we are fueling the trends, that we are speaking to our consumer in the way they want to be spoken to, and that it feels organic. And one of the things I think I saw early on when I was jumped on board was the virality. We honestly could see from one of the posts that we'd done when that went viral organically, it wasn't fueled by media, that then did actually transcend into sales in store. And it's one of the first times I could confidently say that, social did actually drive that. And you can actually see the spike when you're looking at your own search demand, you're seeing the sales peak, and then as well as the metrics on that particular post within TikTok itself. So it's definitely a combination. There's no silver bullet of measurement, but it's making sure that we're keeping a pulse on organic metrics. How does that then translate when we do have these spikes? How are we tying it back? And then obviously using the data that we have within the platform to substantiate whether we got there or not.
Oh, awesome. It's a great question, Philip. He's with Media Science. I just want to put that out there. Another question for you, Lauren, is e.l.f. products are on the lower end of price points, comparatively speaking, yet the brand is highly desirable. How have you been able to keep the low price point without being commoditized?
Don't know if I can talk completely about the supply chain and how we create our products and the cost of all that. So I will steer off that. But to create desire, we definitely, I think, do such a great job at keeping e.l.f. top of mind. And I think creating desire is creating, getting people to want to be part of something and see that, that we're on the forefront of trends, that we're bringing unexpected things together. I think of Chipotle and e.l.f. together, being in interesting places where people don't expect us. I have this NFT background here. We had a $9 NFT. That had to be the cheapest NFT that you could possibly buy in the metaverse this last year. So I think that desire comes from creating this community around e.l.f., the fans that love it and that we fuel and that we treat as family, and then kind of bringing people into the fold. So you want to be part of it. You can see that we're doing something and that we're bringing a lot of people with us, and naturally, that's appealing and people want to jump on board and be part of that movement.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just talked about e.l.f. and Chipotle. So I found that very interesting. Is it where you're finding that your consumers almost are, there's a Venn diagram. So you've got e.l.f. on one side and Chipotle on the other. You've got a lot of.
I think that very much was the case. Yeah, that it was both of our brands, as Corey would always speak to, that, you kept showing up at the same types of reports, the same type of Gen Z reports, and that we do know that our audiences have a synergy and, both have a love for Chipotle and e.l.f. And yes, it's unexpected, but bringing those two unexpected brands together really allowed us to stand out in white space where beauty is like a sea of same. So how do you actually get into somebody's consideration set and notice you? That was kind of the beauty of bringing those two brands together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's great. Oh, Philip asked one more question and we'll move on to our next section, but I'll ask you this question. Can you share how storytelling in forums helps you navigate away from commodification? I think I said that right. Commodification, yeah.
So storytelling, I think it's like the age-old battle for any brand. How do you tell your brand story,
Right.
but also tell your product story, especially in beauty? And it's driven a lot by innovation and newness, and getting people to come into the fold. So exactly, there's Pat in our chat. Is that like how do we bring that value to the consumer, and we make sure that is foremost. Like we are for every eye, face, lip that's out there, and so that's really important that we live that in everything that we do, and that we have great products, we have a great accessible price point, and we meet the person where they want to shop. I think that sounds really obvious, but I'm telling you, like brands that I've worked on in the past, when you have your own website and then multiple other retailers, there can be a tension. But what's really great at Elf is the philosophy that we want to be there where people want to shop, where they've showed interest, and we do that A+ every time. There's no one is more important. It's making that consumer experience really seamless and easy for our customer.
Yes, absolutely. I think you actually Philip helped us arch into our next little section, which was building the brands.
Yeah.
And what role media plays in that. So we've kind of moved into that, which is great. So how important is it for a brand to know what relevant research they need, or what their relevant research their agency needs in order to do the actual buying?
I think it's like the research piece, I think is very important. Like, and knowing that you need to have a starting point, and I think there's responsibility on the brand side and our side to be able to have a point for an agency to start. Like who is our customer? We know best based on the data that we have in the transaction, so we can at least understand who our shopper base is, what we learn about them, and the different types of research that allows us to go deeper. And then twofold on the agency side, if we're able to provide a level of information of who we think this person is, who we know to be from shoppers, this is a really a good starting point to work collaboratively with that agency to then build out, okay, who does this person look like across all our different channels? I think that's like, we always try to think about them single-mindedly, like who is our customer in these different segments? And then how do we work with the agency to determine where do we find them? How do we build them in each of those channels? What data do we need? What sources do we need? And I do think it's a joint responsibility of understanding what research is available, what sources, what data you can buy, what's not, like what's within the endemic in the platform, and then holding hands together to determine that this is the best starting point for us in a buying capacity. And then always iterating, because that's what you have to do. Like you're never going to get it one and done straight away. And there's going to be some data and some research that leads you one way and it's going to be successful, but then you might learn something else on the other side. So you want to be able to pivot and lean into that as well. So I think it's, bringing the two parties together. And I think working collaboratively from the start is really important.
Yeah, I would agree with you. A lot of times I hear agencies tell us that, the client has dictated X research, and sometimes that's not the most relevant research, I think, to really help that brand thrive. So even with brands that might not have the same marketing budget as like an Elf or a Target or Walmart, would you offer the same type of advice? You got to be very collaborative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we both have skin in the game. I really do. And I think one of the things that I learned, going through from an agency side, working on the client and on the client side, is that, you both need skin in the game. And it's like, how do you own the research relationships together? How do you actually, audit yourselves? Like, I think, the agency is only good as the brief, and, we're only as good as the information that we have and know about our customer, so we can translate these together. So I think whether you have a big budget or a small budget, you can mitigate and like work through what you have and what you don't have and try to fill in the gaps together, because you're only going to be better together once you kind of start at the same spot and try to like test your different theses and build from there.
I would agree too. So you have multiple brands at Elf, and I'm assuming that you probably have different strategies from a media standpoint for each one of those brands. Can you go through it really quickly for us?
Yeah, definitely. And I think we have Elf, which is obviously, the flagship. We have Alicia Keys Soul Care, and we also have Well People, which is a more clean, natural brand. And we think about all of these brands differently. We never cookie cutter that just because that did well on Elf, we're going to do the same for Alicia Keys and Soul Care. We really take the time to to work with our, research leads, with the brands, and to understand, from the start, like we could easily go, they're all Gen Z and all Gen Millennial. That doesn't really make any sense to give these broad sweeping statements across these different brands. We really try to dig in deeply into knowing who our customer is. And then from there, everything starts to unravel. Like I said earlier, it's like once the brand strategy is set and we're learning about the different things we want to own, what our customer is expecting from this product and who they are, then our strategy is fluid from there. We don't try to force that we need to do this like this all year. We're really trying to build something bespoke and custom, so we're reaching our consumer in the best place possible. We don't have bazillion dollars to spend, so we have to make some tough decisions and make sure that we're doing the most effective thing to continue to grow the brands.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. So personalization and precision targeting. So do you believe this is the future of media targeting?
I don't. I think like when I say little picture, like getting obsessed that someone might like the color green and we're going to buy a data set to say they really love green peanuts. Like, not that you can even get that, but I think in targeting, you do want to, you can just buy anything, right? And you're really just buying a probability or the likelihood that by having this data set, this person is going to be more qualified. But at the end of the day, you don't know. There's too many other variables. So the best way to think about, targeting is really starting like who's in market for your product. Like every week is a new sales opportunity. Everyone's in a different spot of this buying cycle. So how do you determine what are those triggers and where they are and the best affinities or the best context to reach that person when they might be in that state to buy, or that it will build memory with them when they're ready to go, hey, I actually need to buy that product and I'm standing in front of the shelf and it resonates.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds as if I put it all together, when you can't avoid addressing the data and you have to look at the data and really help it express where you need to go from there. So if brands are not watching and looking at that data or that research, do you think they're going to lose touch with their consumers?
Well, if you're not actually keeping, you don't want to get so micro that every day you're looking at, oh, did they do this or that, and making a decision, because things don't, like I said, move that quickly. You want to trend things over time, but you definitely want to have a strong fold on understanding, their shopping habits, where they're buying, how purchases have changed, sales have changed on your own e-com is probably the best proxy for understanding, how people are engaging with your brand. I definitely you can have too much data, but you definitely need to use what you do have to make some informed decisions. Otherwise, you will lose out. How could you possibly know, who to target or when to do it or where they're shopping if you're not actually critically thinking about the information at hand?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Let's move on to a game that you thought would be fun to play. And I think it's going to be fun to play too. And it's called Bullshit or Brilliant. And I can't believe I actually said that.
Yay.
Yeah. So there we go. So Keith, I'm right there with you if you're listening in. So
yeah.
Do you want me to explain the game or
go for it? Go.
Okay.
I made my pitches.
Okay, fabulous. So what is it? What is Bullshit or Brilliant? It is the signature game that is played on Cut the Crap events with the speaker and the attendees. So I'm going to read a list of statements, and Lauren, you're going to have to say whether or not you believe it's bullshit or brilliant. And for those for those on chat, by the way, please, you can put a poop emoji in there if you want to, and one, obviously, and then, or you can put a lion emoji in so that we're going to represent the Canes lion for brilliant. So please play along with us if you want to. So the first topic I want to talk about is predictive behavior, audience, and activation.
I'm going to say brilliant. Can you see my little line? I drew it myself.
I like that.
I think it's actually a good segue from what we were just saying about being over hyper targeted or personalized. I think if we get to a point where you're understanding the triggers and what people are doing at a given time, it doesn't matter if they're Gen Z or Gen X, that could be very powerful because often you want to get them they're in that mode to potentially purchase your product. So if you can do that well and have the triggers to do so, I think that type of targeting would definitely be what I see as the future versus we're going to target someone so small and hopefully they do something.
Absolutely. And the whole point of the predictive of behavioral, it's like cookieless, right? So yes. Our whole point is to ensure that we're still reaching that right person at the right time with the right message. So absolutely.
Other people think there's no emojis. This is like
no emojis.
Very neutral.
So we can talk about that after the show here. But okay, what about brand purpose? What do you think brand purpose and the needs of that the audience?
I think that you need to have purpose. I sit between maybe bullshit, like it's a
Yeah, there you go. It's way-
and like brilliant. Like I think it is important, like to have as a company, you know, what do you stand for? Because I think you've got to start from the inside before you go out. And I think for us, it's like inclusivity, it's being there for every consumer and being able to cater their needs. So I think that within itself is very true to ELF, but we don't feel the need to like, you know, push it out onto everybody. It should be just in how we exist and how we show up, which I think we do a really good job of that, being inclusive. But you know, if you think you need to have a brand purpose to have a brand purpose, and like, then you're thinking about it wrong. So
yes, it's got to be meaningful. Absolutely. Okay, so video strategy is part of a media plan that goes beyond digital and social forums.
I'm going to say brilliant. I do think we need to think about, like, it's not just in digital. People do exist outside of the sphere. So video online, or whether it be out of home, or it be on the TV screen or in cinema, I think being able to extend your strategies to include it will only garner incremental reach and allow you to reach more of your potential customer base. So that can only, in my opinion, have positive effects as you think about driving brand salience and making people aware of your product. So I am a big supporter of like having, you know, a full spectrum of channels in any plan.
Absolutely. So way outside just the digital. Okay. So what about Zoom calls? Makeup, no makeup?
Depends on the day. I did put makeup on for you today. I'm wearing my e.l.f. Big Mood mascara.
Oh, and that just won an Allure Award. So that's pretty cool.
Exactly. Good research.
Okay. And what about Crocs and ranch dressing partnership?
I think I think it's brilliant. I think anything unexpected is brilliant. I think Crocs is, I think, similar to us in that appealing to a younger generation and finding ways in to stand out. And I think it's unexpected. Bringing Crocs with like America's iconic the salad dressing, which I don't like, by the way, but I do really appreciate this campaign. Brilliant, because it allows them to stand out and kind of take, you know, we want the PR value. That is so valuable. Those impressions that come with it, I think even more valuable than media.
Yeah, I would say it is unexpected, and you know, maybe it's an American thing, but you know, we put it on everything. You know,
it's a trend. You've seen Van Leeuwen with mac and cheese, like make ourselves a food.
Yeah, so crazy. Okay, so what's the crap that most needs to be cut in the media strategy and buying world? So we're going to move on to our next little segment, and this will be it, and then we're going to open it up. I hope there are going to be some more questions to ask.
Lost everyone.
Yeah. So we can agree that the industry is obsessed with the new and shiny, and we often proclaim things to be dead, like data is in the new oil or TV is dead. To sell the next best thing. So do you think that's crap or?
I think, I do think that's why I started Cut the Crap, because I think we do have an obsession with the new and the shiny, and it's definitely a balance between, you know, picking new opportunities and new media opportunities and new ways to connect with your audience. Super important, especially if you want to bring new people into your brand. You know, don't be afraid to try new things, but don't just do it because it's there and it's the newest and the latest. Like, you want to have a strategy and make sure that it is part of what your brand, you know, pillars are. Like, you don't want to just do something so random that it doesn't feel authentic to the brand. Like, I think for us, we say yes to so many different things. And I think it's so great because we know who ELF is, what ELF is, where our customer is, and then ways that we can actually use culture and things that are coming up relevantly to we're going to do that, or we're not going to do this. And so that really gives us a really clear matrix to know when to press go and when to stop. And the ultimate goal is to obviously, you know, bring more people into our family.
Absolutely. So it's nice to see that y'all do try new media and you do new technologies, but you need to make sure it makes sense for the brand. So do you have any advice for media leads that want to bring new media ideas forward to leadership?
Yeah, I think it's always very tricky, like, you know, to kind of back something that's new and sometimes unknown. But I think building a case is often got to start that with, like, you know, what are your objectives? Is it like as the brand team, the creative, like, what are you trying to achieve? You know, who is your audience? And then it's like, okay, is this a vehicle that could potentially allow you to connect to that audience, reach new people? sell something to a different niche section that you hadn't considered before. I just think it's really important to, map that back. And that really shows critical thinking and that you're laying out the foundations of what success could look like. We know it's very volatile out there. Like you can have all the best conditions and know everything, like, you've taken all your learnings, you put everything in play. But at the end of the day, sometimes, it just doesn't land, but that's okay.
Right.
Like you have to have a shared risk tolerance together, that some things you've made the best decisions that you can possibly make. And, this is the outcome, yay or nay, and can pivot accordingly and learn.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, so even if sometimes things fail, but just long as we fail faster and do.
I think it's great to fail. I know that sounds awful, but you're going to sometimes. You enter with risk with media. We're in the gray all the time, very abstract. So it's just important to kind of set what those milestones are for success and, hold hands on those things and understand what to do next time and what worked, what didn't work.
Absolutely. And use the research at your fingertips in order to make sure you got decisions. So let's talk about buzzwords. So you said earlier your favorite buzzword to hate is omni-channel. What about the other ones on your list of
Okay, so omnichannel is really high up there. It's definitely not a strategy. I think you should be thinking how to connect to your consumer in all facets of the business. So that's why when I see omnichannel, I'm just like, oh God, that should be what you're doing anyway. The other one is metaverse. I saw someone just put up a question about the metaverse. Philip, gosh, I love you. I don't know who you are, but you're great. I think that is a buzzword. And I think my boss will say, oh, Lauren, rolling your eyes again. But it is important to understand it though. Like, whilst I don't like it as a token word, it is real, the digital world and where that's going from a, augmented reality, connection, like even Facebook. I don't know who's going to go to their Horizon workspaces, but, understanding what the different universe types are that people are, like, it's not just about gamers that, like, it's niche, but it's growing more mass by the day as people start to understand, why they exist, how to participate and what's in it for them. So I think the metaverse is definitely something that's high on the list of buzzwords to hate, but also something that I love to see. And I'm excited to see where it goes.
Interesting. I had to look it up. So I have not, it has not made it into my little world over here, but that's okay. Now I know it. What about the word agile? Everything agile.
Well, that's a very McKinsey word. Agile. Look, you can't be. For me, it's like, I think I've got PTSD from McKinsey consultant sessions, but the word agile, I think you want to be able to move quickly. I think that's really important. And the biggest thing that I've, learned at ALF and, what the special sauce is really the way that they've set themselves up, how we've set ourselves up to be able to move really quickly on moments as they come up. And that's what allows us to ride the waves and kind of extend, what we're doing on a daily basis beyond just the plans that are in front of us, is that ability to move fast. I wish we didn't have to say the word agile, but yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. We have some more buzzwords, but I'm going to, because of our time, I want to make sure I get some closing remarks from you, Lauren. In your opinion, what makes a good media strategy?
So I think your media strategy, very much like I said earlier, is only as good as your brand strategy. And when you have a great brand strategy, a collaborative and creative environment where you've got, the creative team working with the product team, the insights and the brand, then you're going to have a great media strategy because these things all come together. But what underpins, the media strategy and all these things for us at ALF is the ability to grab attention and to live in headlines and, not just see it as like a pay to play. It's like we really, really take advantage of how, people work and how we can actually get into their, considerations outside of just your basic marketing plans. So, if you have all these things lined up, then you can do really great PR. You can really live in like moments very quickly and, extend the brand far beyond just, what's in front of you. And I think being famous is also really important, like trying to build fame. Famous brands do very well. You don't there's so much PR value that comes from that. And then media fuels all of that. So I think you can get it to go a lot further than just where you're at currently.
Okay. Really good point. And I appreciate that because I think you could have a great brand strategy, but if you don't get it out into the world in the right place, it's going to fall on its face, and we don't want that to happen. All right. So getting back to my, the last question I asked you of our fast track earlier, favorite phrase or words to leave behind to the audience that don't suck. So there we go.
Hopefully they don't suck, guys. You can tell me if they suck. But I stand by this for myself, and I live these words. And anyone that I've ever mentored will know that I always say this. It's like, always be curious and always seek to understand. You know, curiosity is such a skill, and you want to feed your curiosity, because that allows you to uncover things that are just not straight in front of you. They might not be as obvious. And then to understand when things like the metaverse pop up, it's like, don't just poo-poo it, go understand it. Like, see why it's having resonance with people, learn about it. Doesn't mean you have to do anything with it just yet, but having that pulse and that curiosity will allow you to stay ahead of the game, I think.
Okay, I love it. Lauren, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure getting to know you.
No worries. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you both, Lauren and Julia, and thank you very much for the theme of constantly learning. I really liked also hearing about using data to make informed and better decisions, and focusing on great creative and adapting for the times and the rapidly changing times, for that matter, your creative, and really having the media, Lauren, be the fuel to take that data, take that creative, take your brand strategy, and connecting with the audience and showing up where they are and how they want to be spoken to authentically. We're hearing that authenticity throughout the day. And that goes for your ELF fans and your future fans as well. And really love that you're a big believer in utilizing and testing the spectrum of media channels in your plans to fulfill your brand strategy. So great insights, great talk. Thank you both so much. And don't be afraid of dropping F-bombs with this crowd. It's a mature crowd. So we will be moving on to our next session. We will have very shortly two very insightful thought leaders from two different worlds, but two important worlds to be talking together. We will have in a moment, as they get mic'd up and teched up, if you will, Caitlin Frankie, the head of enterprise media at TIAA. And Caitlin, by the way, was preceded precede Mike at Citi, whom we heard from in an earlier session prior to her joining TIAA in 2019, only a couple of years ago. This session will be moderated by British native Rachel Tufney, the Executive Vice President of Dianomi USA. So it looks like we have Caitlin now with us. Hi, Caitlin, and Rachel as well. So please, let's welcome Caitlin and Rachel with a big Brand Innovators welcome. They're going to be diving into a single subject with many aspects, and that's the future of video. And, they're both so talented that they'll be helping us understand such a complex subject in only about a half hour's time. So
That's right.
I'm excited. I'm excited to listen and learn. So take it away, Caitlin and Rachel.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Keith. We very much appreciate it. And thank you to the entire Brand Innovators team for always putting on such great events. And it is wonderful to see you, Caitlin. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you, on this beautiful fall day. It is gorgeous outside.
So
Isn't it
nice.
Fantastic.
Seriously, very happy.
I was like, wow. After almost drowning this summer in all that rain.
Oh my goodness, seriously. I
So
love that you
welcome.
started talking about the weather straight away, Caitlin. I feel very much at home here.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So, I think what would be really great is if we could just start kicking off with you telling us a little bit about your background and your journey so far.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely been a circuitous one. And I'll do the back to the front and not spend too much time on the back, but I used to be a journalist, and a good one. I was nominated for 2 Pulitzer Prizes, if you can believe that. But then the world went digital, newspapers, went nowhere. And I got into advertising and loved it. And it really became content is what it became, right? Advertising did once digital. And we did a lot of content for a long time. And then the media world came around, and it was so fascinating to me because it was so much like journalism again, because what you're doing is finding audiences, right? And that's what we did in journalism. You had to find who was interested in what you had to say or the news that you were writing about.
Yeah.
So there's so many parallels, and I was hooked. I've worked agency side. I worked agency side for a long time. I was at Publicis, then Group M, and then went to Citi, and now TIA.
And can we just not forget the copywriter at Bon Appetit? Because I just think that would be my dream job.
Well, that's right. I did skip over that, didn't I? That was the best job that ever happened. That ever happened.
Seriously, that must have been incredible.
Seriously, and I was like, how did I land this gig? And then this was amazing. So Arnold Worldwide, obviously another agency, I get a call from a recruiter, and they're like, we're looking for someone, a copywriter who has food experience. I was like, what? Like, there's like two. And I was like, well, me, because I did the Bon Appetit thing. It was Hershey's.
Oh, wow.
And Hershey's wanted to do an artisanal chocolate website. They bought a bunch of artisanal chocolate. So I got to work on an artisanal chocolate website for a year and a half.
I mean, that
kidding
is
me?
serious. Oh my God, I'm too jealous now.
It was so good. It was so good. So good.
So, TIAA was established over 100 years ago and is now a Fortune 50 company.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the history of TIAA and the core mission behind it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was founded by Andrew Carnegie, and the main driver was to provide quality retirement for educators. He said that educators really had been, were doing such a valuable work for the country, but they weren't being recognized or supported, right? And so he founded the company, and for many years it was just this extraordinary company that had all the retirement plans for higher ed. We had Yale, we had Harvard, we had this, and we had proprietary access to one plan. And then I want to say 10 years ago, it became a competitive market, right? And that other competitors were able to, use the same, it's a 403B. So all of a sudden it was like, oh my God, we've got to advertise. Like, it had we had existed kind of under the radar, somewhat intentionally. It's like a, Cool Cats thing or whatever. I'm Andrew Carnegie, I can be Cool Cat. And then we couldn't anymore. So we had to start advertising. And it was like, well, we have to come up with a brand strategy. Like, we have to do something. Now, I was not there at the time, but I still think it's sort of a fascinating moment when it's like, look left, look right. We've got to say something to people.
Yeah.
So the first big brand campaign wasn't launched until 2016.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah. And yeah.
So how has that evolved? Because I mean, that's a very short amount of time to have only been marketing for. So, that is a huge from beginning, and it's still very much evolving. So how has that process come into play from the beginning to sort of operating to where we are now?
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, it's like any other brand budget, right? Even though, or a brand ethos, or not ethos, what I'm saying, effort, right? Like we everyone's like, that's the biggest expense in marketing, and it's like, how many times do you have to have that conversation? But leaders see it as directly linked to new business, right? So they'll go into to pitch. We're looking at new lands now, and they'll say, we don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Right. So forget about submitting an RFP. Like, I have no idea who you are. And so that, and then another fascinating piece of that is that to get the win, employees need to know who we are too.
Yeah.
Right. Because the company isn't going to flip to, sort of what I'm making it up, Yale isn't going to flip to a company that their employees haven't heard of, right? They'll have an insurrection on their hands.
Yeah.
Right. Like, why are you taking my retirement money and giving it to somebody I don't know? So it is critically linked to business, which is which is good because everybody knows the importance of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, for right now, obviously it's getting the brand out there. It's very much about brand awareness, but,
Yeah.
Who is the audience as well, though, that you want to be in front of?
Yeah, the two audiences, right? One is and this is, whatever, is somewhat annoying to say, but it's our own customers.
Yeah.
Right? Or our own policyholders. They didn't even know that they had us. It's embarrassing. So we had to live their own, our own people's awareness of us, so that when they were tired, they left, that they didn't roll over to somebody else, right? So we had to do that, and that done a tremendous amount of work on. And now we're going to do new ground, but to your point, we're looking for educated people, right? They're smart. I don't mean educated. I mean they're in education, right? So they're smart. They're it's kind of funny, like when YouTube did an analysis of what our people search for or listen to, like literally one of them was like Chopin on YouTube. I was like, of course, because these are our people, right? Like our people are full on, they like smoke pipes and whatnot. So that's, which is an interesting target, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
A really interesting target.
Yeah, and I know that video is a very important channel for you guys. Can you elaborate a little bit more about your thinking of video and how you're going out to market?
Yeah, absolutely. So video is key for us because we are really in the beginnings of brand awareness, right? A lot of times brands already have an established level. If you look at their kind of their readout on all their metrics, there's always like, oh, here's your base. And it's like, well, our base is, So video and getting in front of people is important. And the way you tell a story on video, and it's always addressable television is one of our highest performing channels, always on brand awareness, right? So we know that how important it is to us as a company, and we have to sort of figure out ways to show up. I mean, this sounds silly, but like kind of in the biggest format possible, right? Because that's on the phone, it's so hard. It's like a tiny little banner, whatever. Like we have to be doing breakthrough stuff to get attention.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And you mentioned as well that, beyond video as well, you've been embracing new formats and channels, and you've been you did a fantastic campaign with Snapchat on the virtual graduation. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and the thinking behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. So our clients during COVID were in trouble, right? They're all educators. They have schools, key things that they offer students that they can't anymore, right? Graduation. It's a rite of passage, and there's no graduation. So thinking about, and this is sort of the key tenet I know as brands think, is how do we add value, right? It's very, very hard to do. And at that moment when you can add value, you strike, right? So the thinking was, well, they can't have graduation. How about we give them a virtual graduation?
Yeah,
right?
That's amazing.
I mean, it was just, and so somebody came down, they were like, oh, let's build an app. I was like, we are not building an app. And I reached out to my friends at Snapchat, and they came in with something that had already been done. So I hide nothing. That was perfect. So they had done something for the release of the Queen movie, and we're like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. So we reskinned it, obviously made it custom, but we're able to do it pretty quickly. And what it was is it was a lens. So you could hold it up to your face, right? And a cap and a gown went on you. Then you pick the colors of the cap and the gown to mimic your school, right? And then you raise your hand, a diploma flies into it, and then you're prompted to turn the phone. And once you turn the phone, it becomes a long stage. And you walk out on the stage, everyone's cheering and holding signs with your name, your screen.
I love that. That's just so impressive. And I mean, I love the experientialness of it as well, when obviously in lockdown and you can't do anything. I mean, that is really super smart.
It was great. And, you know, I don't know if Snapchat's on the phone or not or listening, but I've already told them that they were such good partners.
Amazing.
Such good partners.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, no, we actually loved it.
How did you relate that back from a measurement perspective as well, in terms of obviously providing value? Were there specific KPIs you were looking for? How did you go about sort of?
Yeah, well, we kind of had two targets on that, right? Mm-hmm. One of the targets was our clients, our clients, right?
Yeah.
And being able to send an email to university presidents that we're giving you a virtual graduation, send this out as part of, you know, that was huge. And that we did internally. It had the largest click through on, you know, of anything that ever sent out, right? So that was clear. And then we did a brand study with Snapchat, which did not come, it came back inconclusive, which is not surprising. And I don't think we were that upset about it. What we were thrilled by is that we had so much engagement with the app, and it was well targeted. It wasn't like we did, you know, whatever that first one, whatever, I can't remember what it's called. Like, we had really good targeting on it. So the engagement that we got was great. Oh, I forgot this. Something like 30% of all our impressions were earned.
Wow.
So I know. For an unknown retirement company to get 30% earned impressions, please.
That's that was incredible.
That was awesome. That was awesome. So
really great. And then sort of just going back to your video, I mean, how do you, in terms of sort of like obviously the media buying, the thought process behind it, how does that start? Like, what is it? What is the strategy with the video?
And it sounds like kind of oversimplified, but it's reach, right? And that's kind of why it matters. All that video stuff matters to us. It's like, well, where are they now? Right? Because they weren't here. They're not. They were here yesterday, and now they've all gone. So it's you know, how can we find them? You know, where are they? You know, our brand was one of the first to really nail addressable television, because we had to find a really finite group and go look for them. But we're looking for great ideas all the time. We had one test that was given to my team through the ANA, where it was actually a CTV plugin where you could get all the little, you know, little buttons on the bottom of a CTV where it's like, here's your Netflix, here's your Hulu, here's whatever. We showed up with the TIA on the bottom of the thing, and you could click. Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Right? ANA, yeah. I mean, you ended up on a lame quiz, but it doesn't matter. I mean, just think of the placement. Think of the placement.
No, that's awesome. And I love, you know, from our conversation last week, just how sort of outside the box there are in terms of opportunities nowadays. And, you know, I think just going back to you and TIA as the brand, obviously being so unknown and showing up in environments that are slightly different and unique, you know, that really like gets curiosity going to find out more as to what, and just to do your homework to find out who exactly you are.
Exactly.
And how you can help me.
And we're trying to, you know, turn that to our advantage. But, you know, the thing that we were talking about too is just how many screens there are now, right? Like, it's just, and there are screens, video screens that you don't even consider, right? So Peloton is a video screen. It is, right? And brands are using that. I mean, not directly, right? But Ed Sheeran now has a new album, and he dropped it on Peloton, so now everybody's got rides to.
I love that. That will hopefully make me go faster.
No, it was really good. It's really good. So everybody's using every screen. Not everybody. I'm sorry. You know, using every screen creatively.
Yes,
I think is a great challenge. And to get a win like that.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, they really are everywhere. And it's funny, I was thinking about it when I was like complaining about my kids. I'm like, you're always on your phone and all you do is screens. And then I was like, that's actually what I'm trying to do. I know.
It works.
Yeah.
I love it. So, going back to the business, so how does your business treat the media function? Like, do they kind of see you as the cost center, or are they treating you as a channel that's actually driving return?
They're treating us as a channel that's driving return, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't get dragged into cost cutting.
Yeah.
Like every day.
Oh yeah.
Like every day.
Yep.
I mean, because it's hard. I think anyone in media will tell you it's a huge line item. And it's one line item. I mean, if you think about someone in finance and they're like, well, this person, copying is $2,000. Oh, look, media is, 80 million. So it'll always
yeah, no, absolutely.
But they do, absolutely. They link this to business and they know it's important.
Yeah.
And one of our key stakeholders, the lead on the executive committee, came to the CMO and was like, can you please get me more awareness? Like,
yeah.
Yep, on it.
Yep. No, absolutely. So can you tell us a little bit about sort of the challenges that you're trying to solve for right now? And, I think sort of thinking back to video as well, how does that help you solve? Again, obviously there's a scale and a brand perspective, but I think just from a creativity component as well, is there sort of a weaving in, is there something sort of, what is it you're trying to solve for even longer term? Because at the moment it's brand awareness. How does that evolve using video?
Using video. I think what we need, I think it's as a category, no one wants to pay attention to us, right? Like we're retirement. They actively don't want to deal with retirement, right? So it's a category problem that when there's anything out there, a video or a banner ad, they don't want to see it because it's like, oh my God, that means I have to deal. And oh my God, I haven't looked at my 401k in 10 years so they don't want to talk to us to begin with. And then we're just an emerging player, even though we're not, even though we're a Fortune 50 company. And so it's sort of that uphill battle, right? Like, I think number one is a category problem. How do we get people to pay attention? This is not new. Prudential's doing it, Fidelity's doing it, like this is, but it really is true in terms of attention and video. And then how do we not only get people to pay attention, but we've got to jump. I mean, we've got to.
No, absolutely.
We've got to, we've got years of catch up. That's the word.
Yeah, no, I agreed. And, I think also from a generational perspective as well, though, I think it's quite interesting. As you say, like your kids are always on the screen and, there's now financial brands sort of be on TikTok, there's lots of different platforms in which now to play with. So is there anything sort of you're moving towards a little bit more, or from a CTV, from you've got your programmatic and TV, is there anything you're sort of leaning a little bit more towards?
No, we're heavy on CTV. We're going to do some linear, we're going to do some broader awareness. Like, the thing that TV is really good for right now is news and sports. Full stop. That's it. Right.
Yeah.
So, but they really are good at sports. So we do sports there, and we have some nice sports activations coming up. We had a great partnership with news last year, but it didn't go forward. Now we're going to try to do that again. And that's kind of where we're looking. At some of the problems with ATV and CTV is you're too targeted, right? Like you really do. And I remember someone saying that to me once. They're like, "You're gonna rue the day when." And all this, and I was like, "Oh no, you're crazy. It's so cool." But it's so there's a better answer to the question. Trying to balance the addressability of it with the broader, and get where we need to go.
No, absolutely. And then I know we're running out of time here, but sort of finally, that there are a lot of vendor potential partners probably listening in right now.
Mhm.
So if people do have great ideas or they want to share it with you, sort of how would you recommend them reaching out in terms of potentially working with TIA in the future?
Just email me. Don't they have my email? Or they could. Or
It
you
will
can
do
that.
now.
There we go.
Love it. And then I think sort of finally, again, we're kind of talking about the sort of the future of video as well. Is there anything in terms of if you had a magic wand and you could be doing anything in the future, do you have a sort of a dream of if you could have anything right now and the world was your oyster? And even something potentially.
I certainly hope my team is not listening, but honestly, and the TikTok thing is interesting. And look, and this would not fly internally, would not fly. And so it's out of my brain, but something like a retirement challenge or something. Like, I think there's something in there. I don't know what it would be, but I would love to give it to them to see what would happen.
Yeah. No, 100%. And also, making retirement like interesting. People think of retirement and then they get a little bit like, oh, okay, what? How can you make that exciting? And that's where I think thinking outside the box. There's a lot of.
There's something. They do a really great job. This is no regular UGC. We talked about that, right? Like the UGC we used to get. Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
Well, Rachel and Caitlin, it's been a fascinating conversation. I'm sorry we'll have to leave it there for the moment, but really appreciate you both bringing your perspectives to the future of video and many other topics. What I loved learning from you, Caitlin, was the 100-year-old company that only recently had to come up with a brand strategy and a marketing plan, and the challenges and the opportunities with that in a streaming TV and digital world that your marketing plan has been born into, and focusing on brand building and doing breakthrough campaigns and creative that stands out, like the virtual graduation with Snapchat. That sounded very, very cool. And then what isn't so new and it's tried and true is studying, and doing research that tells you and informs your learnings and future strategies, and you did that. And what I thought was surprising, frankly, as you did, was that reach is so critically important, and that targeting your audience, not over targeting them, but targeting them on the new video environments and screens, big glass screens, small screens. Really great chat. So, Caitlin, Rachel, thank you both.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for having us.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye.
Bye, Rachel.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right. In a moment, we're going to be bringing on a colleague of mine, a Clevelander and a proud Browns fan, who is the head of national sales for Premion, Justin Gutschmidt. As I mentioned today, as Justin gets loaded up and ready to go, and earlier today I mentioned that Premion has developed a new white paper with BIA Advisory Services to help marketers navigate the increasingly fragmented and complex OTT marketplace, and provide insights for tactics, effective planning, buying, and measurement of streaming TV advertising. And Justin will be sharing some of the most valuable and actionable takeaways from the white paper during this session, which will be moderated by another friend of the Premion team, as well as the BI community, of course, and that's David Tashir, who's the BI Chief Content Officer. So, gentlemen, the best practices for streaming TV advertising and more. Justin and David, take it away.
Thank you so much. An awesome job emceeing today. I love it. So I'm glad it's been going so well. Justin, great to see you and be with you again. I think we talked about always my fear when moderating, when we have a prep call, is that the prep calls go so well. And it's like, how do we replicate that great conversation again when we just had it, right? But no, I think we've got a lot of fun stuff to talk about. And when it comes to the media ecosystem as a consumer, the streaming TV space is the most exciting to me. I mean, you have so many options. We are in the, not the golden age, the platinum, the diamond age of content right now on these streaming services. You've got something for everyone and then some. So I'd love to kind of understand, look, over the last 18 months, the category has grown. There's new players, there's different tiers, ad-supported, premium. You've got this movement from just the D2C brands that get involved to really the big brand. I mean, you can't watch anything on Hulu these days without Liberty Mutual or Burger King popping up, right? Like, so can you give us like the state of, to start this off, what does that landscape look like when it comes to, OTT and the opportunities for brands and advertisers to reach that audience?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, David. It's an exciting time for television. I mean, it is just absolutely an exciting time, both from a viewer perspective and a marketer's perspective. At Premion, we have a unique perspective because we work hand in hand with the national spot team with Tegna Sales. And Tegna Sales, as many are familiar, they own about 60 plus broadcast television stations across the US. So they're largely a national spot buying team that's in-house for Tegna. And working with them, you gain a lot of perspective of what's happening in the local television space and where are dollars being shifted. And I'll say that this is a pivotal time. We're seeing more and more dollars shifting towards CTV specifically, and what that means to get in front of premium content in today's day and age. And so, budgets are anywhere from 30 to 40% these days, and it's growing at massive amounts. We saw, ad-supported market share surge this past year. We had all the acquisitions of major players like Fox going after Tubi and Viacom and Pluto, Comcast going after Xumo, and kind of saddling up with these platforms that were in the free ad-supported space that were going after large viewerships of ad-supported viewers. So, I mean, Pluto now has over 50 million active viewers. Tubi just surpassed 3 billion hours streamed. I mean, we're talking about an unbelievable amount of opportunities to reach these audiences, and the viewers are increasingly growing more favorable towards the option of ad-supported content. So, what we're seeing is this critical mass providing a big opportunity. Measuring the reach, though, has been critical. And so in today's market, it's now not just a matter of knowing that there's this opportunity, but it's how to do it effectively, how to measure what am I reaching in OTT compared to who was my audience in linear. And so new techniques with HCR are providing that insight and understanding the duplication of those audiences and really how to plan for it more effectively. But, in general, the pandemic was this accelerant. It was the opportunity to really drive further growth in what we know was happening. It just pushed it a little bit faster than ever before. And what that did for local was really adjust based on the US and how it was rebounding at different rates. And so what we saw really coming to more of a local and regional space was this increased relevance of associating with those local markets. CTV in general today is taking the same TV buyers and advertisers that have always been in front of audiences and giving them the capabilities that they knew was possible only in digital in the past. And so when you issue those types of capabilities, you start looking at it differently. You start looking at how should I be reaching the right audience differently? What is the waste that I had before that I can now eliminate? And how do I really plan more effectively to reach, audiences the most effective way? And more than anything, now being able to see outcomes from those campaigns in a way that helps to measure and validate the quality of audiences that they were reaching.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to your point, as a consumer, one of the great things is, how many streaming services can I justify going for, the premium package, right? Well, there's Netflix, there's Amazon, right? But so having those multiple tiers of yeah, sure, ad supported, whatever, but then you get that access to Hulu's library. And, I think it opens the door for that next wave of viewers. And of course, for the advertisers that want to reach them. So it's really cool to see kind of that space grow, but also mature on the business side as well. So I got a few follow-up questions because you had a lot of really great insight there. So first of all, one of the big topics that, is talked about today, it's talked about, ad nauseum a little bit, but is the death of the cookie, right? Cookie deprecation. I know we have a little bit of a reprieve. It's not going away as quickly, but it's still going away. So, we talked about a little bit the data that you guys look at and have access to, whether it's IP addresses or other things that could be, act as like a stand-in for some of that. So what are you seeing in that space? What does, CTV afford, for marketers and brands looking to augment their data sets in the wake of cookie deprecation?
I think in general, advertisers have kind of grown increasingly tired of putting all of their dollars into the Facebook basket. and some of the limitations in what that was providing. And now as digital has run into an issue of cookied difficulties in reaching those audiences, they're finding more of an excuse to shift dollars. And so what we've actually been finding is that there's a lot of advertising demand to actually move into a space that they can secure the knowledge of that household that they were trying to reach. And so CTV inherently has always been, had the benefit of being IP based and being, focused on the household. And so we're just kind of really taking advantage of what is the current state of fear in reaching those audiences, what has been lost and what has kind of been, limited from a marketing perspective, and bringing people back to what it means to tie first party data and third party data to a first party household, identification that really reaches, the majority of homesteading. 92% of all adults 18 to 49 are living in a CTV accessible house. So we're talking about major, scale to be able to find those individuals with an IP that's a common denominator.
No, I love it. And again, when you can couple that IP address, insight into the household with, the sort of target audiences or, for different shows, I think you get something really powerful there. So, but then I know we don't have a ton of time, and there's a couple other things that I want to tackle here. So you mentioned the technology aspect. I mean, again, I'm watching and I see ads, just click to learn more or scan the QR code. Like there seems to be so much more afforded by the fact that you're connected, right? Literally, it's, CTV is connected, and it's much more interactive than you could ever be with traditional linear TV, at least historically. So again, what are you guys seeing there? How are brands taking advantage of that interactivity?
Yeah, we're seeing brands, as I mentioned before, taking what was only possible in linear before and realizing these new capabilities within digital. So that may at first have meant targeting audiences or measuring audiences differently. And today it's looking at the dynamic capabilities of inserting within that creative and taking a look at that palette and realizing that you can really experiment in new ways to engage with audiences. And so it's a new thought process for television advertisers. It's allowing marketers to learn and experiment with what may work. So we're seeing new things, within our capabilities to start issuing QR codes dynamically within a creative, or pulling in the relevant location to really kind of pull in that viewer and say, hey, I know that you're in this exact market, or dynamically inserting phone numbers. We've even, run into specific use cases where, we'll pull in last night's lottery numbers for a big, state lottery. So it's things that are able to be done in this dynamic digital way that you could never do before in linear television. So it changes the game, and it allows advertisers to find a new way to really connect with those audiences.
I mean, I love, right, because it takes the best of both worlds. It takes the best of that kind of mass linear TV, that lean back experiences for viewers where you have this captive audience, and then you have all the capabilities for that, right, dynamic interactivity from the digital, and kind of brings the best of both worlds. So, I'm excited to see, again, first from a personal standpoint, and just from, being in this business, how brands continue to take advantage of that and maybe get creative with the ways that they can, employ that interactivity. All right, we're going to keep things fast paced and rolling here. One of the things that I love to read in my research for this was a little bit of myth busting you did on kind of misconceptions on CTV and OTT. Can you highlight a couple of those for our community and maybe some of the big myths around this space?
Yeah, it was an exciting paper for me because it was so relevant to what we were hearing directly from agencies at the time. And so really speaking to those that we have heard from. And so the first myth was really surrounding that, aggregator platforms, don't provide the same benefits of buying direct. There's a lot of benefits of buying direct, but not every aggregated platform like Premion is created equal. There's a lot of DSPs, there's a lot of programmatic buying that is not the same approach as what Premion has created to really focus on a very direct, integrated approach within ad servers of our publishers. And so, the first myth was just to say that there is still a way to achieve the benefits of buying direct with an aggregator. But, some of those benefits may have, in the intent was to prioritize that delivery or to control the content. But what you're achieving when you run through one platform is the ability to really cross-platform control the frequency and the measurement insights. And you can't do that if you have a lot of disparate individual silo buys. You also can't really achieve a scaled audience that you can target effectively across multiple platforms. And lastly, the ability to pace a campaign effectively is really important especially the linear buyers who are looking at this at a local level and saying, I need to make sure that this market delivers. And if you have small buys with multiple platforms, the ability to call them all up is not a really easy task. And so we talked in the article about, just that challenge and the advantage there. We also talked just about, performance marketers and the new need within regular offer awareness buying to rely on attribution, because it's not just about outcomes, not just about results. It's about getting real-time feedback on the creative, understanding the responsiveness of your ads. And so regardless of your goal, utilizing techniques with attribution and more of this CTV environment to give you better direction on the way to move forward with your advertising. The last of the myths was a shift in impression-based buying that we're seeing across all agencies at this point. And it's really exciting because it's finally kind of leveled the playing fields between digital and television at the same time, where you kind of jump to the conclusion that all impressions are created equal. You start realizing as you unpack that there's a difference in how co-viewing is being measured on different platforms, maybe where it's being calculated, maybe where it's not, just the overall engagement, your ability to target within one platform versus another. And at the end of the day, the ability to measure effectively through a panel versus, ad server measurement are very, very different techniques. And so there's a lot of still learning that's happening within the impression-based buying world as we continue forward.
I love it all. So thank you. I mean, we're starting to run out of time, but we actually got a question in from the community. Can you elaborate a little bit on the real-time creative, feedback on creative? How does that work? We got like 1 minute. If you can summarize that for our audience.
Yeah, so think about it as something where it's A/B tested to understand that Creative A is producing website visits at this rate, and Creative B is providing website visits at this rate. Even if website visits aren't the true objective of that campaign, it's still indicative of this creative responding better with that audience, and probably kind of influencing where dollars should be shifted based on that creative. And so again, it takes away from saying, I need this campaign to drive all my customers to the website, and says, I need them to be aware of it, and I know they're going to go to my website. How can I use that data to better run the right creative to the right markets?
Love it. Seems really straightforward, but really valuable. So that's awesome. All right, last question, because we're out of time. What are you watching these days? Any recommendations of shows? We're talking about streaming. You got to have a recommendation. What are you guys binging?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this going with what was referred to me. I started watching. Didn't think it was going to be for me, but it was great. It's called Formula One: Drive to Survive. Okay. So I never watched Formula One racing, but this is an addictive show on Netflix right now, and I highly recommend it.
All right, I love it. I will check that out. We started on Hulu with FX Y: The Last Man. They had like the first 3 episodes drop all at once. Did not know what to expect. It was really addictive right off the bat. So I love it. Well, thank you so much, Justin. I see your colleague Keith is back. So I know we packed a lot there into just 15 minutes, but hopefully our community finds it valuable, and we'll have you back again soon.
Thanks, David.
All right.
Justin, David, thanks for unpacking, the ad-supported TV landscape, and, for brand marketers, finding solutions in so many consumers now in a cookieless world. I mean, it's imperative. We've heard some of that earlier today. We'll hear more about the cookieless world later today as well as tomorrow. And, and finding those consumers in their own homes, no better place.
Exactly.
For the record, I'm a big fan of The Crown, and I'm glad to see that, The Crown won a bunch of Emmys last night. Also a fan of Schitt's Creek. I've been watching with commercials on a provider and learning about what all the excitement about that show is as well. So thank you both. And we're going to move on now to our next session.
Thanks,
all
Keith.
Right.
Thanks, David.
Say hi to Brian and Kate for me. And thank you, Keith and Justin. We'll see you again soon.
Take care.
So now we have coming up to the virtual stage as we make the pivot to the second half of the afternoon here, an exciting day of thought leadership and talks across all of number of brands and categories and platforms. We have now Brian Costello, who's the Senior Director of Integrated Media for Staples. Brian's a believer that disruptive change brings about better ways of thinking and marketing when you embrace it rather than hiding from it. So I can't wait to hear from him what that means. And joining Brian on the stage to moderate this session is Kate Roganti. Thank you. Yep. And Kate is the Vice President of Sales Agency and Brands at our friends over at Comscore. So in this session, they will be talking, Kate and Brian, about some of the great innovations that Staples and the team there with Brian has made in the last year as a result of a consumer base whose level of engagement with Staples products and services has radically shifted as a result of the pandemic, and the long-term implications for them as they look to build stronger relationships with their lifetime value model customers. So there's a lot there in the intro comments, but I know Brian and Kate are going to make a lot of sense of it as they go for the next 30 minutes or so. So I'll give it to you, Kate and Brian.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Keith. And thanks again to Brand Innovators for having Brian and I today. I'm really excited about this session. So as Keith mentioned, my name is Kate Riganti. I am the Vice President of Brands and Agencies here at Comscore. And basically what that means is I work with some of our most strategic holding company and brand partners, including but not limited to Staples, the company from which the wonderful Brian Costello joins us. Brian is the Senior Director of Integrated Media at Staples. And so I think maybe just for the benefit of everyone on the phone who doesn't work with you currently, do you want to just kind of start off and talk a little bit about who you are and what your team works on at Staples?
Sure. I'm Brian Costello. As you mentioned, I run media for Staples. And when I say Staples, I mean Staples.com, StaplesAdvantage.com, and all of the companies that Staples owns, but not the Staples retail stores. Our group is responsible for all the media for Staples.com and what I just mentioned, as well as all of the on-site media as well. So the media network too.
So I think to kick things off, from my perspective, one of the advantages of working in an organization like Comscore is that we interact with so many different types of clients across different verticals who have really different objectives in terms of what they're trying to accomplish in the market with media. And I think if there's one point of consistency that we've heard from all of the customers that we talk to on a day-to-day basis in the last year, is that whatever the status quo was in June of 2019, that just isn't working anymore. And so kind of new modes need to be adopted, and a new strategy for going into the market with media has become even more paramount than it ever was before. So I wanted to kick things off with a question from that angle, which is that, for the most part, Staples lives kind of in the popular consciousness as an office supply store. But the idea of what an office is today is very different than what we thought of as the office 16 months ago. So tell me about how you're engaging with the Staples customer of 2021, and how is that different from your previous approach?
Yeah, there's a couple things to unpack there. I think we started making a change even before the pandemic, when we were thinking about moving from, say, a very transactional business and a very transactional media buy to kind of a more sophisticated buy. And once the pandemic hit, it was really, how do we find the customers that we're looking for when the customers are no longer in their offices? If you think about in the past, right, and anybody that's been in an office on this call knows, you generally relied on the office manager and maybe a cabinet or something, or a closet on your floor, where all of that office supplies just appeared magically and somebody bought it for you, right? And even if you were a small business, the owners oftentimes were buying, but sometimes they relied on somebody else in the office. That all changed when a lot of people, not everybody, because we also dealt and we deal heavily with essential businesses. So you can imagine we have a lot of governmental businesses and hospitals and health systems, retailers, and so on that stayed open. But the other businesses, it was, how do we change how we approach these folks that are now working from home that may not have bought from us in the past? And suddenly we're given sort of the okay, you can buy at Staples.com and you can use your credit card, or if you're a Staples Advantage customer, which is primarily our enterprise customers, you can suddenly kind of have a log on and figure out how to buy things. And talking to those customers was a big difference, because we considered them, we kind of said, look, we know they're business buyers, but we have to look at them as more consumer type buyers, right? They're buying different things. For instance, a good example would be somebody that was buying case paper in the past probably doesn't need, how many of us really need a case of paper, in our house, right? We need maybe a ream of paper, right? So that changes, right? Even figuring out the mixture of the products we're selling changes dramatically as it goes from, Kate at her house rather than Kate at ComScore.
Right. Yeah, I think this idea and, my own lived experiences, I'm so used to things like Post-it notes just being something I can rummage around in a cabinet for and take home with me if I need them. And now all of a sudden I need them at home, and I don't need 7,000 of them. I just need like 5 or 6. So I love the idea of this emergence of a new customer for you guys, which is kind of the person at home, the Kates of the world, spending their $200 a year ComScore office supply stipend or something like that. So did that affect kind of how you went into the market with certain different types of media or messaging to engage with that type of consumer?
It really was, because one of the things we wanted to really get across was, especially during the pandemic, is one, we have the stock. So we have things in stock that you need, including a lot of the cleaning supplies and so on that people were really buying at a very, very large clip. But just the everyday office supply products, we really looked at it and we said, okay, how can we let people know, one, Staples is relevant to you? Mm-hmm. Two, how can we interrupt that consideration stage? So we actually invested quite a bit more during the pandemic because we had the stock. And also Staples has a fairly large fleet of owned trucks. Mm-hmm. So we could actually deliver very quickly. So where the USPS and all the other carriers might have been having issues, we could actually deliver quickly, and we really wanted to show that. So one of the things we did, for instance, during that period of time was lower the threshold to free delivery. So for instance, we went to a free delivery, no minimum, for quite a while really to say, look, as a consumer, we want you to make sure that you're comfortable buying from us. We have the selection you want, we have the prices you want, and you're going to get it quickly. And that was a different change. If you really looked at our data, we saw residential addresses obviously just skyrocket during the pandemic rather than business addresses. And that was a real change. And how we speak to those people was a different message. It's sort of, we're relevant to you, it's on time, you're going to get it, and it's going to be the product that you actually ordered.
Right. Yeah. And I think one of the things that's interesting that you mentioned is the idea that, like, where a lot of people may have been pulling back on media because of the high demand for certain types of products that we saw last year, you guys were really doubling down to engage with that new type of customer. So were there certain media tactics or channels that you guys were thinking about heavying up on to engage with that new, like, Kate the stipend spender type of consumer versus Bob the office manager, who was kind of the primary client of 2019 and before?
Yeah, I'd say we obviously upped almost every channel. We don't play very heavily in things like linear or so on, but on the digital side, we saw a real opportunity to chase the demand in search because, again, where a lot of our competitors were having struggles really keeping things in stock, we realized we had an opportunity there. But, display and social and retargeting, especially on the residential side, were things that we upped the spend on and we changed the messaging on. And we saw a real, kind of very good results continuing.
And one of the things that you had mentioned on our prep call that I really loved was how you guys as a media team started interacting a lot more with different internal data sets that you have access to. One of the things you mentioned that I thought was so interesting was how you guys were suddenly looking at, the supply in individual stores and markets for Lysol wipes or, pens of certain types of Post-it notes, et cetera. Whereas maybe that data would have come across your desk periodically in previous years, and it wouldn't have necessarily factored into your immediate market strategy. So do you want to expand a little bit more about how you guys started kind of capitalizing on that information that you had at your disposal and how it translated to media?
Yeah, very quickly, we realized that the supply chain was very fluid, right? You weren't necessarily getting a lot of stock from manufacturers because of the pandemic, but the stock you had, we had to make sure we actually had so we could advertise it. So we worked very closely with our supply chain partners. We worked very closely with the merchant partners internally to build out really feeds that went to our agencies to make sure that what was in stock was actually going to be in stock. We also saw I'd say, real thought leadership from partners, for instance, like Google, that started building out better tools to adjust ability to buy shopping on a regional basis. So for instance, Google tends to kind of float around and grab your site, and it'll be in stock, say, in the South, region.
Right.
It's not in stock in the West. And they might send you a note saying, hey, you're running not out of stock, products. The reality is we're running in stock in the regions, and they've actually built out an ability now to do regional stock analysis, so they don't ding you every time they see something out of stock someplace. It aligns, and that's something that I think came a lot out of our work, kind of bringing in those feeds and making sure that we were showing the things that were in stock were actually there for the consumer, because nothing's more frustrating than getting to the site and trying to buy something that's not there.
Right. So I think about like a Staples, kind of like, the office supply store. I imagine with the need for some of these incredibly essential items, whether we're talking about like personal essential items to cleaning supplies to things like, sneeze guards for your more like B2B type customers. Some folks would say that the natural inclination is to go towards, the big e-com, name in the market, which is Amazon. But, obviously you guys are trying to promote yourselves as, an incredibly valuable offering to both consumers and the B2B space for these types of products. So how do you think about differentiating yourself from the Amazons in the world? And, how did that take place in 2020? And how are you thinking about, as you go into 2022 and beyond, really, showcasing what are some really obvious advantages to being a consumer of Staples?
Yeah, one of the things we tried to do is just, do the essentials well, and really understand, look, we're in a specific niche, and people tend to know who we are. Our name recognition isn't a problem, right? But the issue is really, how do you interrupt that consideration when people generally want to just go to our friends in Seattle? Right. And the challenge there is proving to the consumer, one, that they can get the product, two, that we have the product, and three, that we can deliver it quicker and on time than the other folks during especially the pandemic. And I think part of it is also the mix of products that we have. The ability to say, look, the products you're buying from Staples are legitimately the products you're going to get. And our warranties are such, and our return policies are such, that if you're not happy, then you can return them. And I think part of it is also, how do you revamp and how do you rebuild our friends on the marketing side internally, our loyalty programs, and how do you let folks know that there's an advantage to working with retailers that really know their stuff in specific instances? It's not just us, right? So whether it's office supplies or running shoes, you actually want to work with the companies that you believe have the best knowledge in those areas, and that's where we try to separate ourselves. We're not going to win every customer, but we're going to try to basically say, give us a try. We think you're going to like it, and we think you're going to come back.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you touched on that I thought was really interesting was the idea that you guys were thinking about how do certain D2C brands really approach customer engagement, where like the model that you guys had where there was like a rep that the office supply kind of clients would work with, that sort of personalization model and conveying through your media mix or the creative that you were putting in market, et cetera, that you guys were really the experts in a certain offering within the space that was extremely important and valuable to more consumers than it ever really was before. So, with all these different types of things that you guys are doing, trying to be more visible against the Amazons of the world, engaging with different and new types of consumers, like how do you think about measuring the efficacy of all the types of things that you're putting in market? So like, ROI, attribution, how are you guys thinking about the metrics that matter now, and are they different than maybe what was important to you 6 or 8 months ago?
Yeah, we've started changing. I mean, we started changing probably a year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago, from a transactional kind of measurement, right? So one thing that I don't prefer is the easy measurement, right? I think the vanity metrics of ROAS and all of that just have to be thrown out the window, because the CMOs that like that information and even senior executives that like that information, they just really want to be told some positive news. But the bottom line is, if you can't show media is driving results, then you probably shouldn't be in the media business. You should really try to show the results. And it's really hard. And I give credit to the teams at Staples that have really engaged and said, look, you can give us the easy numbers and we can all kind of say thanks and high five each other. But I want to show that we're driving the business. And part of the things we do is, first step is we do a quarterly MMM. And we use that as directional. We don't use that as gospel, but we do use that as directional to say, look, where are we seeing incremental opportunities and which channels are we actually, can we activate even at a larger scale? We then take that MMM and we build incrementality tests against it. Right. So really right now, what we're doing is we have a number of tests in market where we're saying, can we break the model? Is what the MMM is saying correct? And more importantly, are we seeing the value when we do the incrementality? One more step as we go further is we then target on, if you can imagine, we sell hundreds of thousands of millions of products, right? And so we break down into categories, and then we really look at within the categories, what are the products that are driving the highest margin ROI? What are the categories that are driving and products that are driving the highest new customer opportunities? And then further, new customer lifetime value, right? So ultimately, we want to get to that customer lifetime value model where I can go back to the business and say, we can spend up to X dollars. And then we have to make that discussion on, well, what does that look like when we see categories that are less margin driving and less new customer driving, but still important to the business? How do we fund those? And that's really where our media network comes in. And we say, okay, look, we probably should look at our partners to help us drive those sales as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people maybe don't realize that obviously there's Staples, the brand, and kind of what you can go into a store or go on staples.com and buy, but you guys also have a lot of products that you manufacture and then sell through distribution channels, for example, like, you know, white labeled products that are sold on like the Amazons of the world. So, you know, is the measurement of efficacy for, you know, bringing people to staples.com going to be different, or I imagine it is different than, you know, driving sales through, you know, a channel partner? And then how do you work with different types of data that you're getting from, you know, a distribution point versus what you're able to kind of manage in-house?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, we'll manage on our side all of the throughput through the channels that we have and the distribution points we have. Primarily would be staples.com and staplesadvantage.com, which is our enterprise you know, site where you have an actual, you know, rep that manages your business and you can call and do all that. When it gets into the larger distribution, we keep an eye on it, but we don't necessarily really market towards that side. Those are really distribution relationships that go out to the world with those products. So there are a lot of products that Staples has in the marketplace, things like True Red and Union and Scale Furniture and so on. And those can be sold by multiple distribution channels, right? That you could find them on Amazon, you could find them on other companies that we own, for instance, Quill.com or High Touch and other companies that are selling them. The distributors that Staples owns that are out in the marketplace as well sell those products.
Gotcha. So kind of on the topic of the different types of data that one can have access to when trying to make marketing decisions. I think a lot of the industry breathed a sigh of relief earlier this year when Google made their announcement to pull back on the timeline for deprecating third-party cookies. So, you know, as we think about it, meaning Comscore, you know, for our goods and services that we offer to our clients to survive, we needed to have like a very robust cookieless future strategy. So we were always on a path for that inevitability regardless. But I'd love if you can talk a little bit about like how that has affected or not affected some of the decisions you've been making in the last year around using data, different media channels, et cetera.
It has affected us, and I think it's in a positive way in a lot of things. You know, we jumped early on to the cookieless future, and even though we're like everybody probably glad that it was kind of put off a little bit, we were full on. I asked all of our media partners, all of our agencies to start doing tests early to say, look, what do we look like today if we need to be cookieless? Are we prepared from a privacy perspective? Are we prepared internally? And then what does our media look like? And we started like really preparing tests on all of that front. I think the key part is one of the things I'm concerned about, it's going to happen. And what I don't want to see is sort of the ability for some players in the marketplace to build a workaround to the cookieless future, which ultimately is a cookie light, right? Yeah, diet cookie, I think you call it. I like that. But I don't want to see that, because I think ultimately skirting the regulations is just going to bring up more scrutiny and say, look, this organization, these people can't regulate themselves, right? So we really do have to think, and we try to have to work with partners that say, look, this is the way it's going to be. What I think there'll be a little bit of a Wild West where, I would love to see a standard. I hope there's going to be a standard. My feeling is there won't be a standard right away. There'll be 3, and they'll fight themselves out, which is a real pain for folks like myself and my team and agency folks, to be quite frank. There's probably money on the table, which is always something that this kind of confusion will bring up a lot of different opportunities. But that just means I have to spend more, right? So I really want to see more leadership on that, on the side of a standard.
Yeah. Do you think it's realistic to, I think there's an idea that it seems to be becoming more and more popular, which I personally like, which is that the only way that the industry as a whole is going to survive the cookieless future is if we really all work together. But obviously, working together sometimes means that, like, from a revenue perspective, there's going to be winners and losers. So, like, do you think that that's realistic, or do you think that the kind of one ring to rule them all, so to speak, for the cookieless future is just going to be a natural fallout of one partner or vendor being so uniquely innovative that everyone kind of coalesces around their solution? Or is it just going to end up being more like the walled gardens have their identity solutions and everyone else is kind of hodgepodging stuff together to cover the remainder of the internet, so to speak?
Yeah, I think the latter is more likely going to happen in the short term, as much as I hate to think that. I would love to think that the best solution will win. I think the reality is the biggest solution will win, whether it's good or not. Because it just has the most throughput of media. So I think the large players, and we all know who they are going to come together with some solutions, and they'll probably coalesce, and then others will have to follow. So I do see a situation where there will be that Wild West for a period of time. I hope it's not that way. And I'd love to coalesce around a great solution. My pessimism says that's not going to be the case.
So I guess that, as a marketer, I think that perspective makes sense. But what about like how you guys are thinking about it from the media network side? So, for some folks who are on the call, they may not know that Staples operates a really robust media network. And obviously part of that is you guys in that scenario become a purveyor of this kind of really rich, high quality data set. So tell me a little bit about how you guys are thinking about it from that side of the business, like offering data-driven solutions to your own customers who are coming to, Staples Media and saying, we want to adopt your identity offering for our own needs.
Yeah, we work with a lot of our top vendors now, and we activate media both on-site and off-site using first-party data. I think obviously anybody on the call is very well aware that retail media networks are probably the fastest growing area of media that we've seen in quite a while. Obviously with Walmart and Target, Amazon's already had one, but then all the niche players that are out there, think about Best Buy and folks like that have really good offerings. And I think that future is a reality because the fact is a retailer like Staples or any of the other retailers, we just have the information that that these advertisers would want, right? If you think about it, in our world, you can just name the companies that are already involved on the Staples side, and they're just the big players that obviously have office supplies. But really, you can extend that as well to we are really a small business and medium and all the way up to large enterprise kind of player. And so, as a small business player, you can think, geez, credit cards and car rental companies, hotel loyalty, airlines, and so on. It goes on and on and on, right? There's a lot of opportunity. And I think building audiences in a smart way within the privacy that allows for the third-party cookies, which no longer will exist. This gives us the opportunity to just activate media for folks in a better scale. We become a publisher, except it's really kind of a buying publisher. And I think the big piece is Amazon's obviously going to take a big chunk of that business from everybody. And then you'll have the Targets and the Walmarts of the world. But then I do think you're going to see, and I know BCG has said this, that there's going to be, roughly $100 billion opportunity, and there will be niche players. And I think that's true. And we're one of those players. And I think we can actually move to really drive results for our brands in such a positive way. We've already seen it. And I think that's going to be great because we'll be able to then activate media where we need to activate media, and also have our vendors and partners activating media saying, hey, I get great ROI at Staples. I get good throughput at Staples. I'm seeing sales, and I'm also getting media exposure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's a natural value proposition, right? Which is that if I'm the new Staples consumer spending my stipend or spending my own money with my own credit card, making decisions about different products on staples.com, advertise to me at the closest point of sale that you possibly can, which again would be like your e-commerce sites. So I think that there's a really interesting kind of almost full circle moment that you guys have, which is you're now advertising to me in a way that is unique and something that's different from before. And then you can also bring value to those who would advertise with you as like the publisher side of the house, saying, once I've done my job, which is I've gotten Kate, the consumer, to staples.com. Now let me help you guys convince her to buy the branded, brand name Post-its versus generic Post-its, or, splurge on a Montblanc pen, or all the different types of things I could possibly buy on the Staples website. So, I love this kind of idea of how you guys are bringing that together.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, right? And it's something where you need a specialized skill set too. So part of it is finding the right people to activate, finding the right partners. There's a lot of, not only does the data have to be super clean, you also need the right technology and ad stack and everything else. So it goes from being, hey, we sell office supplies, to, oh wait, we're an ad network, and we need all of the bells and whistles of an ad network ultimately.
Right.
That's the challenge. That's an investment opportunity.
And I know, kind of on that note, one of the things that you had mentioned when we spoke last week was, as great as all of these new opportunities for you guys are as a brand, one of the challenges that you guys are facing is like, how do I find the right resources to stand up all these new and innovative things that I want to do with data, or creating different types of content or videos, or creating that tech stack that you need to really run a highly efficient retail media network. So tell me a little bit about how you guys are thinking about building out the team of the future. What are the ingredients that you need from a personnel perspective or from a tech perspective to be effective, knowing now what maybe you didn't know a year ago?
Yeah, I think we tend to be more of a hybrid model. Like a lot of folks, we don't have a completely in-house team. We use a lot of agencies for our partners, and we use them as extensions of our own teams. Mm-hmm. But to that point, if you're thinking about for an internal network, you absolutely have to have the data, right? You have to have the data, and it has to be clean, which means you have to have folks that really understand how to manage a large pool of data, break it down into different types of audiences. You need to have the analysis, so data science and data analysts that really can understand how to build out these audiences and build out the insights that you need. Obviously, ad ops. One of the things we were thinking about is media people are very different and media operations is very different than e-com. Right.
Yeah.
So is it the same finance people? Kind of probably not. Right. I think we talked on our phone, the money that comes with media, you often spend the money before you get paid.
Right.
Finance people at a big enterprise don't particularly like that. Right. You need sales. So you need outgoing sales of your media channels. And those folks are, have to have relationships with the big holding companies and the manufacturers that are spending a lot of money. And then you need ultimately technology like dashboards, self-serve, and ultimately the biggest thing is reporting.
Yeah.
Our biggest, I wouldn't say it's our struggle. I think we're really good at it, but I think it's always going to be a big challenge to get the right reporting. And how do you actually see reporting that a manufacturer can say trust and also kind of tweak in a way that makes sense for them?
What does the right reporting look like to you guys? So is that, metrics being available at a certain cadence? Is that, the rigor behind the data has to be as high quality as possible, but it doesn't matter if I get it in an Excel file, and that's my dashboard, so to speak, or if it's, actually in like a really pretty UI. Like, tell me what that looks like for you guys. Because I think what we hear from a lot of our client partners is that it's a struggle just to get all of the different data that they touch on a daily basis into one place and make it make sense with each other.
It's a massive struggle, right? And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge. You can easily say that you start out with spreadsheets and PowerPoints that you build, and it's real pretty in that regard. But I think to get to where you really need to be, the nirvana that we need is a dashboard that a partner can log into and see their results in real time, can pull reports, and can also have some self-serve capabilities to it. I think there are tiers, though. I do think that your top partners, much like an ad network or an agency, your top partners probably get more data and your beginning partners get less data. In other words, you've got to prove to us that you want to spend and see value here. So your top partners will absolutely see probably more care and feeding. And then as we grow partners, you'd have probably a tier of data that they're allowed to get access to. And I think also, and then you look at the non-endemic would probably get something completely different, more in line with what you'd get from the trade desk or any place else, a DSP that's just that's showing you the data that we're currently used to seeing.
Gotcha. So it's kind of like two different types of UIs almost. There's the UI that you guys use as the marketers, where you're taking all of the various data points that you get, whether we're talking about the point of sale in-store data, whether we're talking about supply chain data, et cetera, like matching that up with your spend. And then there's what you guys almost like commercialize to, clients who would be part of your retail media network offering.
Yes, for sure.
Awesome. So I guess one last question on the idea of kind of the teams and the resources that you guys need to do what you do so effectively. You mentioned that you recently in-housed your kind of creative operations. I would love if you could expand, for the folks from the brand side who are on the call, like tell me about the thought process behind that decision, and then what do you think the unlock has been as part of that process? So like, how has that kind of brought new ways of doing things to bear that you're benefiting from?
Yeah, and the brand doesn't report into me specifically, but I can talk to that a little bit. If they're on, please forgive me if I butcher it in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, the real thinking behind it is, right, in order to really have folks that understand the brand, they have to be part of the brand, right? And no matter how many folks you can have outside that work on that, the turnover in agencies and the change in agencies, you're just never going to get that live and breathe the brand. So I think that was one. The other piece is really how do we get as fast of execution as we can, especially on the multiple media channels that we have. Yep. And I think in order to do that, as brand teams start thinking seasonality and they start thinking events and things of that nature, how do you get creative out there in a very quick way that is actually platform specific? One of the things that I like to say is you have to have platform specific creative for every single platform. And if you don't, you're just kind of mailing it in. Well, right. Part of that is teaching these kind of internal folks how to do that, right? And by bringing in new people that already know how to do that, experts that have been doing it at other brands, you're just one step above, right? So I think that's one of the keys for me, is just having that close relationship from a media perspective that we did not really have necessarily with external agencies that we now have. We're all in this together. And now we're also, if you think about it, the way any organization is set up, our bonuses and everything else are now aligned, right? Everybody wants the business to succeed. And so because of that, I think that really helps. And I think also it's just the light speed movement of how creative is changing so rapidly. and having folks that can actually stay on top of it.
Yeah.
Bringing in those kinds of experts that really understand kind of media as well as creative and e-com and email and everything else, and pulling it all together so that it's a cohesive story.
Are there certain like mediums or creative types that you guys are heavying up on, more now than you were previously? Like, for example, I imagine I and probably many other people like me could benefit from how to choose an office chair that doesn't hurt your lower back, like video tutorials. So are you guys thinking about that type of content, or is it really just about, the speed at which you rotate in, like, 30-second and 15-second video creatives?
We actually put out a lot of content. I think the next step is to actually put it more into the media side as well as on site. I think we do have a vision of exactly what you were saying, which is how do we actually help people choose product, right?
Yep.
How do we actually bring it? We do some of that now, I would say, but as we move, one of the areas that I'd like to see more investment in, and something that we're seeing more is obviously on the video side.
Mhm.
I think going back to that creative piece, one of the biggest challenges was it was really hard to do with an external agency. It's still hard to do, but with an internal agency, we have the expertise that we can actually probably get those things out much, much quicker and in a much better format, right? You don't have to fight to try to get 15s and 30s and 6s and everything else. And so I think that's going to be a big advantage. But content is the future of any e-com retailer, right?
Yep.
If you can't show people why in a kind of fun, interesting way, even things as kind of mundane as office supplies, then you're going to lose the customer. Because I think that's one of the advantages. If you think about, again, our friends in Seattle, their strength is their absolute breadth, but their weakness is their absolute breadth, right? People want to actually have a relationship kind of at a very narrow level with a lot of retailers. And I think that relationship brings in that content and that speaking to folks.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you again think about that new type of Staples consumer who is not an expert on the, how to buy a chair, how to select the right type of, product for your specific office needs. Like, that's a job function and a role that exists within an organization. And now we all kind of have to be our own office managers, which means there's a desired level of expertise we could all benefit from. And I see it being really interesting and helpful, at least to me as a consumer, for you guys to fill that gap.
For sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I see Keith just joined. So I think that might be our time check.
Yeah, yes, it is, Kate. And Brian, what a fascinating chat that you've just taken us through. So many places that I was enlightened, and I trust those watching have been. It was fascinating to me that the pandemic accelerated, Brian, your strategy that was already underway with more remote work and the emergence of a new Staples customer. And again, the pandemic just accelerated that for you. And then using that as an advantage to inform the data that you're already gathering of, where and how you speak to your new customers, whether they're at home, they're in office, or a hybrid customer. I was really, really fascinated about how you leverage, partners such as Google that has, regional stock analysis and informs your ability and your capabilities for delivering to your customers. And then, last but not least, you sound and certainly demonstrate quite a full plate as a brand marketer. And now you're getting into the retail media space and all the external, internal capabilities needed to be successful to swim in that, $250 billion advertising pool. Certainly big ambitions. And, I wish you success in that regard as well, you and the team at Staples. So a lot going on at Staples and really thoughtful and insightful conversation with Brian. Thank you, Kate and Brian both.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, as we say goodbye to Kate and Brian, we are going to be joined in a moment or two for our penultimate segment. We actually have a special 10-minute feature with ComScore's. Looks like we are going to be moving past what we had originally planned and jumping right into another thought leader conversation. So it looks like we will be bringing on to the virtual stage Chad Mize from Johnson & Johnson. And Chad has been with J&J for over 15 years and currently serves as the Senior Director of Consumer Experiences for Johnson & Johnson's Consumer Health. And as live events go, we're actually going to go back to what we had originally on the rundown for this next time in our full day, and that is a special feature. And we'll get back to Chad and the J&J conversation in a moment. But right now we're bringing up to the virtual stage Comscore's CEO and Executive Vice Chairman, Bill Livick, and Elizabeth Osmolowski with Brand Innovators, who again have prepared a special presentation, and they are going to take it away. And the stage is yours, Bill and Elizabeth.
Well, thank you, Keith, for that.
You bet.
Good afternoon, Bill. How are you?
I'm wonderful, Elizabeth. How are you?
Thank you for joining us today. I know it's been a packed day full of programming, obviously. So for them to give us 10 minutes in between was quite an honor for sure. So I'm so glad we can make it work. And of course, there'll be a ton of programming tomorrow too. So I hope anyone who couldn't catch all of it today will either catch up on demand or just watch in real time tomorrow. But yeah, so to kind of make the most of our time, I just wanted to start off by saying, in my 20-year career of digital marketing and my time within the editorial side of media, Comscore has always been just the leading company that my teams have always reliably turned to for meaningful insights about audience intelligence and publisher and platform growth over time, and what that means to marketers as they've increasingly shifted budget to digital. So I'm super thrilled that you could join me for a few minutes today here at the Brand Innovators Media Summit. So with that context in mind of like what Comscore has kind of done over time and, the trends that you guys have been seeing, in these many years of convergence, that's one of the key things that has really occurred and really accelerated in the last couple of years in particular. So the convergence of digital and traditional TV media placement. So I'd like to know from you, what impact do you think that convergence has had on how we define the value of impressions across increasingly fragmented audience?
Well, I think it has accelerated dramatically. How do you define what the premium impression is? So yesterday, I actually had an experience as a consumer. One of my neighbors stopped over and she said, "Have you seen this video, this squirrel video on YouTube?" Of course I haven't. But she said, "Give me your remote control. Let me find it for you." And it turns out there was 92 million views of it. And it was user-generated content. Last night, I watched the Emmys. And those Emmys value that program in the same way as a squirrel video is actually quite silly. And if you look at premium content, like the nightly news from all the great television networks and the serial dramas and comedies that are out there, an impression is not an impression. The premium video, logic, common sense, and science says, delivers a different type of audience. And there should be a different value on there. And clearly, everything has gotten muffled up into a confusing dialogue, and it really shouldn't be. For the last 20 years, we have been measuring digital. In the last 10 years plus television in the traditional, the on-demand, and the streaming world. And the question that everyone is trying to solve is the answer that we have within Comscore. Where are those impressions and how are people different? And that also begs another question. The Emmys last night, the top programs that won awards were all non-ad supported. And so in this world of consumers that have money that can avoid ads by buying great content, how do you reach those on great content that is ad supported? And you have to start with a big database of virtually every city in America being measured, whether it's in traditional cable, satellite, or telco, or with a smart TV, or with a laptop or a mobile device. And who are viewing these programs and what types of products those individuals buy. Are they a persuadable voter in the political sense? Are they in market for a car? Is it a car that's over $25,000, over $50,000, or over $100,000? And those are the characteristics that ComScore excels at defining.
So you're overlaying that other data that's more informative and contextual to further define those audience segments in this much more expanded distribution model. So those things are what you're looking at beyond the traditional demographics of age and gender.
Yes, exactly. Age and gender actually deteriorates a buy. Think about every brand that may be watching or brands that you've come in contact with your career. They spend an enormous amount of money defining their consumer in terms of the characteristics of the household. Do they have children? Where are they in the purchase cycle as those kids grow up? Where are they in the home ownership cycle? And income is a big variable. And if we look at this pandemic, and there's been a lot written, and it's true that the divide between the haves and have-nots have become even wider. The haves that have profited because of an accelerating stock market, you can't really define those folks in terms of age. You need to define them in a very different way. And if it's not obvious today that you need to define a consumer beyond who they are age-wise and gender-wise, that message will never get through.
Right. And you have to start aligning kind of like with their propensity to align with certain social initiatives or political initiatives or what's of most in value to them as a consumer overall with their buying power.
Exactly, Elizabeth. And I think ad agencies do a remarkably great job of building a media plan with hundreds of characteristics about a consumer that is going to buy a product or has purchased in the past. And then to define that product in terms of age and gender just seems counterintuitive and counterproductive. And it was built in a world that we didn't have access to these data sets and have access in them in a way that's organized to conduct business and transactions back and forth on.
So what do you think about, given that that data set has grown so infinitely larger, what does that mean for the future of media measurement as a whole? How can marketers start to think truly differently about measuring that full funnel of engagement, like from, that initial product or brand awareness cycle all the way through to the point of conversion? What tools can they leverage to fully realize the value and impact of that overall media investment across this wide swath of channels?
Right, and I think it starts with ComScore. ComScore is the only company that measures all 210 local markets in the same way that you measure a national video audience. It's the only company that has figured out a way to take the mega media companies, their traditional linear in local and national markets, their streaming properties, and merge them all together so they can also look at that consumer with all their other digital behavior and all of their linear behavior. The move that we're just in the process of making, how do you transform that mechanism into the buying and selling piece? And there's a movement afoot to do just that. ComScore has over 2,500 clients that are some degree of currency usage. These are exciting times, and we're proud to be a steward of one of the important currencies that are out there.
Well, and like I said before, you've been on the forefront of the evolution of the media cycle and the shift to digital and really seen how the traditional media market has evolved. And now we're getting those tools in place to get it done right for the marketer's benefit, and just giving one more tool in that arsenal, I think, to fully layer it in. Now, of course, future-wise, we're going to have that challenge of privacy and first-party data. So I think that's something I think we'll kind of look to you guys, right, in terms of supporting. I mean, is there anything you can say, from ComScore's perspective on what that looks like in that move to privacy?
Well, ComScore got ahead of privacy before privacy was an issue politically. We built our business around some basic principles. When we look at our television information, the cable acts over the course of generations have been very privacy centric. So we built our television service around that. Our digital service, we did it the same. So when we think of privacy, we look at banking privacy like Graham Leach Bliley, that has been out there to protect the consumer for a long, long time. And we built our business around the durability of privacy. So in a world that is vastly shifting to be concerned about it, we're privacy ready and have been for a decade.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, last question, and it's very important, and because I want to respect your privacy, but I've got to know, what streaming or digital media are you most consuming these days, personally?
I'm a voracious consumer of all media. I will tell you, I record all of the nightly news programs, and I also watch a tremendous amount of live TV, but I also watch Apple TV. Virtually all the shows that were given awards last night, I'm addicted to.
All the shows. Absolutely. That is the nature of the beast in this world. We can't avoid it, us media mongers. So I appreciate that, and I will, with that, say goodbye for now, and we'll look forward to hearing from ComScore and yourself very soon.
We thank you for the time. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Keith.
You bet. Thanks, Elizabeth. Well, that was great. An impression is not an impression, as we heard from Bill. And who better to know than someone who's been measuring impressions across digital and linear platforms for decades, and helping brands understand the true value of an impression, and going beyond traditional age and demo metrics, and to provide key insights on who the consumer or who the voter is behind that impression. So I'm going to remember today something that I learned from Bill: an impression is not an impression. All right. So now, last but certainly not least, our final segment of the day. We're excited to introduce, again, it is such an important and exciting segment. We're going to introduce Chad twice now. Chad is with Chad Mise with Johnson & Johnson, has been with them for 15 years and currently serves as the Senior Director of Consumer Experiences for J&J's Consumer Health. Chad's moderator is Lauren Hunley, who knows a little bit about the area that Chad is certainly going to tell us even more about, and that is Lauren at the Health and Pharma team at Samsung Ads. So they are about to discuss the impact of the pandemic further, as well as understanding the industry and consumer behaviors that the pandemic has had on the consumer health category, and how brands have pivoted their media strategies in response to these challenges. So Chad and Lauren, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Chad.
Good to see you, Lauren. Happy to be here.
Great. Me too. Thank you all so much for joining us today at Brand Innovators TrendWatch Summit. As Keith kind of mentioned, I'm sure we are all able to attest how, the industry has been affected in numerous ways by COVID-19, but it's also evolved a lot due to the pandemic. And we're going to talk through many of the challenges that were faced, as well as how the industry was able to respond. Before we are able to dive in with Chad, I want to take a quick second just to introduce myself. As Keith mentioned, I'm Lauren Hunley. I'm a sales manager specializing in the health and pharma vertical here at Samsung Ads. And just taking a quick step back for those who are listening and may not be familiar, Samsung Ads as a whole has access to hundreds of millions of devices, from our ever popular smart TVs to our beloved Galaxy devices. Our brand safe inventory, which is fueled by our exclusive data and insights, provides our partners with unique and holistic access into their high valued audiences' viewership habits, which they can then utilize to target and activate again in CTV and digital environments, which provides an all-encompassing solution, which is not only measurable, which is more important now than ever, but also bridges the gap between their linear and digital marketing efforts. So today, we're going to be talking with Chad, who is the Senior Director of Consumer Experiences. But Chad, I'll kick it over to you if you want to formally introduce yourself and jump into kind of telling us a bit about your role and all your work at J&J.
Sure. Yes, I lead our consumer experience group, which is a global team dedicated to capabilities around media, precision, ad tech, martech, healthcare professional, omnichannel communications, and e-commerce. So it's a fairly broad remit with a nimble but excellent team, and yeah, we're working on both delivering to our markets current capabilities while also looking out for what's coming next.
Right. And I mean, 16 years, that's an amazing tenure. And it sounds like you've done some amazing work, and I'm sure there's a lot more in store for the future. Before we really get into the meat of the content, I had to ask, do you have a favorite J&J consumer product or something that you can't live without?
Oh my goodness. I use so many. I mean, Zyrtec, literally. But I've kind of become addicted to Listerine too, which was not something earlier in life that I had. But,
fair enough.
It does become a habit. That's, you need that hit.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I realized, getting ready and talking to you last week, how many J&J products I have in our household. I love the Neutrogena lines, but we also have children's Tylenol. And I'm a firm believer, if you have children's Tylenol, then you usually need regular Tylenol as well.
We believe so too.
Yeah. And I've actually always been a huge Zarbee's fan even before the acquisition. But, these are just a few of the amazing brands that are part of the massive portfolio that you oversee. So with that, can you talk a bit about the lessons that were learned from the pandemic and how they impacted your marketing strategies, specifically for TV and video?
Yeah, I mean, it's shifted the landscape in a few areas. I would probably point to three. One is obviously eyeballs. So nearly 30% of the TV viewing in the US is now on CTV. So you can't get away from that. We do take an audience first approach. So we're looking at following specific eyeballs around wherever they're viewing. It's kind of back to the future where we really want to understand who they are, where they're watching, and then go into those channels with a sufficient approach from a reach and frequency perspective. So, and purely on a reach basis, yeah, we need to be playing in CTV. But it does change the mix a little bit. So even as we're looking into this year with rates going up, inventories going down, we're also asking bigger questions. Do we need that full 15 or 30 for storytelling purposes? What other channels are available? If there is, cost implications to what we're looking at. From an overall video standpoint, I think you can't look at the past year and a half and not look at the rise of TikTok. So people are spending 30 more minutes on their phone, which is, almost 20% more time on their phones in the last year or two. Reddit, Snap, Twitter also had great years. Facebook continues to stay in the mix, but TikTok has just become an explosive platform as well. That's got to be part of that video conversation or that watch conversation.
Right.
The third one I would say is retail media. So I had a conversation with Staples earlier in this series, and whether it's video or programmatic or search, I don't think you can talk about the media landscape, at least from a CPG perspective or a consumable perspective, and not talk about the rise of retailer media and how that is a new and powerful vehicle for determining inventory, for determining targeting, and really the closed loop of measurement. And a lot of that's been driven by the rise in e-commerce that directly accelerated the rise of retail media. E-commerce is expensive, in a lot of cases dilutive, and retailers are looking to make a margin on the media side. So so all of those have been big factors in looking at 2022.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I'm curious, since you hold a global position, can you speak to the effects of the pandemic, on consumer brands more from a global perspective? Like basically what you just went through, was that the same globally? Or, I know you're dealing with like different restrictions and all that, from one area to the next, and everything's been changing all the time over the past like 18 or so months.
Yeah, I think mobile content consumption is universal. I think we've seen that broadly. The good news is most of our categories have maintained really well. So, we saw some initial dip in sunscreen and sunblocks during that first April of 2020, and Neutrogena makeup kind of, any sort of makeup fell off, the whole category fell off. But that rebounded through the summer, and other than the lack of a real cough, cold, and flu season this last year, as everybody was masked up and hand sanitized, we've seen really good performance. So it's really more us leaning into channels that we've seen perform, that they're continuing to perform, and provide that connectivity, or really allow us to operate against our high value audiences where we've seen performance in the past.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And another, something else I wanted to ask, a lot of our OTC partners, you mentioned supply and retail. A lot of them had, supply issues, which I assume was initially probably the same for, J&J brands.
Yeah.
If so, how were you able to kind of balance the supply issues with the messaging strategies? Because obviously you're not going to have creative that's, driving consumers to retail if you're having trouble keeping products on shelves.
No, we would follow either the geographic distribution of where some of that was. So at one point, Tylenol was tight, and we were really trying to shift that supply where it was needed most in the country. So follow kind of the hot spots, and then we pulled back on the advertising in that case because we couldn't supply anyway. So let's not create a kind of false narrative around it. Let's make sure that the people who need it are getting it, and that there's not a run on it otherwise. So that's just a little bit of shaping around that. But yeah, we try to take obviously pull back when there are stock issues, and lean in when we're in good shape, or try to move around within a product line if one count or form is available but another's not, then try to do some light creative tweaking and get it back out there.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And along with the supply issues, did you see any shift in the competitive landscape for any of the product categories, or did you see that the store brands were gaining market share at all? I know personally I was willing to try a new brand if I really needed a product, but it's not to say I wouldn't go back to my go-to when it was available.
Yeah, I mean, it just depended on where the supply was coming from. So when COVID was bad in India, and a lot of the private label brands were sourcing product out of there, private label was not available. So so it kind of followed the supply chain, and we try to respond accordingly. And yeah, there were competitors that had similar struggles that we did. So it wasn't necessarily going after it, but recognizing that it was happening, and is there at least an opportunity to make sure that we're filling that gap in a material way? Right.
And I mean, 2020 is we're not back to pre-pandemic norms, but I feel like it's a little bit more normal than 2020 was. So you think things kind of like got back to normal in terms of supply and the competitive landscape?
It's getting there. There's still hiccups, I would say. But yeah, we're seeing kind of a significant return to retail. E-commerce categories are decelerating relative to last year, but we're still going to be up overall. So that's actually holding as a channel pretty well. But yeah, it's overall a pretty positive story.
That's great.
We're seeing increases in Rogaine, which means people are wanting to get back out there.
That's awesome. Yeah, and then, along that vein, a lot of consumers obviously, had no choice but to change the way that they were making purchases throughout COVID-19. And, we also saw a lot of changes within the consumption habits. So, for example, I wasn't necessarily doing my hair and makeup every day when I was no longer commuting to the city. But, since I wasn't commuting, I had, a little more time to work out. So, my beauty purchases were fewer, but then I was purchasing a lot more, exercise and fitness products like the Peloton that I have next to me. So curious, have you seen any big changes in the consumer behaviors? Like what were the biggest ones that you noticed? Like I know a lot of people were stocking up on certain things like that kind of.
Yeah, there was a big stock up across OTC early on. And then like I said, sunscreen usually, season starts around April and kind of maintains through July. And there was a really late start on that category because nobody was going anywhere last year. So this year it's kind of more following normal patterns. We're seeing that across our categories. I think it's been far less disruptive this year than we saw in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I have like 10 half-filled bottles of sunblock left over from the summer in our house.
Everybody does.
Yeah. So do you kind of get the feeling that these, shifts in consumption, the shopping behaviors are here to stay, or you think it's just kind of like riding it out until, everything's like fully back to a normal?
I think so. I think, there's definitely, and it's very responsive. So even in this, I think in this last month or so, we've seen e-commerce tick back up again. So it's people are very comfortable in that. Some of the changes are going to stick. There's still, at least I know personally, there's still a lot of in-store shopping happening. In the categories. The vast majority is still in store even through the pandemic. So those behaviors are well stuck. And so, we're continuing to see increases, but it's not flipped by any means. Right.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like there are so many people that have gotten used to certain things that even if, if we are returned to full normal, like, I know that I do Target pickup still, even though sometimes I will go to the store, it's just easier. So it's interesting. Shifting gears a little bit, I know that you mentioned CTV when we were kind of talking about, how shifts have been made in response to the pandemic. And you mentioned, more CTV activity coming up. Last week when we chatted, we were talking more how the pharma side of the business has, really dipped their toes in and started testing with CTV, but not as much the consumer side. Do you, can you talk a bit about this and how you kind of envision that evolving? And do you think that in the future, the consumer side will start to test CTV?
Yeah, and it's not that we aren't, but I think we're still probably a year out from the CTV landscape really delivering on the promise of connected advertising. So, and I say that because there are technical and kind of structural limitations to where the industry currently is and where we want it to be in terms of an advertising solution. I think number one, just differentiating costs between a 15 and 30. The way we can do in linear TV, that's the biggest impact to our ROI. We run a lot of 15s, and when you have to pay a 30-second rate on it, it cuts your ROI in half. So, so I think for us to lean in on that, that's got to be solved. And a lot of times that's just a technical solved. Right now, a lot of the platforms can only call one ad unit into that break. And so whether it's a 30 or a 15, you end up paying the same rate. So that's not been a challenge on the pharma side. We're generally running 30s and 60s, but it certainly is on the consumer side. And I think that's a big differentiator. Yeah. And then we've also got gaps on the measurement side. So working with Nielsen and the platforms on getting an MTA, multi-touch attribution solution in place between the partners. It's just, we don't get a reliable read right now, and on that inventory in terms of the return on investment. So I think that's also an area that Nielsen's got a roadmap that goes through most of the next year, but again, to have it really available at scale is still going to take a bit. And part of that's exacerbated by the lack of a universal device graph. So everybody's got their own system. It's kind of all over the place. You get a unique ID, whether it's a mobile phone, a tablet, a CTV, and so, you know, there's promise behind UID 2.0 to bring some of that together as well, and have one way to manage reach and frequency across platforms. But again, we're probably 8 to 12 months out from that being a reality as well. And the final thing for us on it is really managing do not air lists, and on a program by program basis, and that's
right.
A technical challenge in a lot of cases as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And, you know, that's, CTV is obviously evolving, you know, day by day. So hopefully that's in store, for the next, next year.
we want it to work. We love the promise of it. It's right now in the execution, and that's why we are leaning in on pharma. Like I said, there's not the cost differential. We don't have a Nielsen measurement solution on the pharma side, so there's a little more room to lean in there and try to work within the parameters that are available.
So, you know, in the terms of measurement, how do you go about adding a new, you know, data or measurement partner? Just understanding, you know, the portfolio is so diverse. So do you test with one partner? Obviously there's so much out there, but just, you know, curious how you go about that.
Yeah, typically, we would look for a test case and then pilot it. And usually we try to go across a couple different categories so that we're getting different reads, because we know, you know, skin health and discretionary categories perform differently than problem solution categories on our OTC side. So we want to be able to get a couple different reads, but generally it is kind of a test and scale based on an ROI that we're looking for then.
Okay. And then just backtracking a bit, I wanted to chat a little about kind of data and insights. And so how are you currently leveraging data and analytics to reach your target consumers? So I'm sure, being J&J, you're sitting on a ton of first party data. So do you prioritize first, or do you use third party? Is it a mixture of the two?
Yeah, it's all of the above. It's first party, second party, third party, depending on the category, what's available, depending on the market, largely. I think that's the biggest difference based on either, again, kind of the technical structural makeup of the market or privacy legislation. There's a vast difference in what's available and what you can use. So, and we'll test everything. So what we really, like I said, we're in a kind of high value audience approach. And so we'll put our data strategy behind that and look at, and then try to tease out, you know, what is most effective based on past history, propensity, and the data that we do have available. So it's an ongoing evolution, but that's what makes the measurement then to follow up on that so important, because we don't want to just necessarily measure anything in a campaign or within any given audience. We want to be able to measure an audience over time and see, are we actually changing behavior? Are we changing understanding and awareness of that brand?
Right. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Just, you know, from a data perspective, is there anything out there right now that you feel could provide you with something that you're not, you know, currently getting?
Well, I think, like I said, if we could have a universal device graph, I think that would be a good start. Something to match up with identifiers and the way we want to buy that programming. I think that would be really helpful. I think there's shifts in the market that are going to allow us to operate with retailer data similarly, where we're able to construct audiences, again, using their data combined with our data, manage for reach and frequency, and still take that consumer back to that retailer and that brand. And I think those are exciting evolutions, especially as we're on the precipice of a cookieless future. What is that next step, and how can we actually make it better? A good thing that we're exiting the cookie versus kind of this cliff that it's been painted to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we might be running a little bit short on time. So kind of wanted to end with your outlook for the future. So obviously we've chatted a bit about how the lockdown prompted shopping from home and curbside pickup. And then a lot of people also went the route, like I did myself, of telehealth. So obviously so much has changed in the way that consumers are purchasing and managing their overall health. So which part of your business do you think will see the greatest impact, and how will that affect strategy and planning for the future for the US, but also from a global perspective?
I think the telehealth evolution is, broadly, as we look at consumer health, a big step in consumers kind of taking a step on self-care. Even though it's interacting with the doctor, it's a very personal medium. It's on your phone, it's on your terms, in your house.
Right.
And I think that's going to set the stage for kind of a continued evolution of the solutions that can be provided, the diagnostics that can be provided.
Right.
I think COVID testing, again, is kind of open the door for just assessments of other kinds that can be rapid in real time or near real time that, again, may or may not require a doctor's visit or can be prescribed via telehealth.
Exactly.
But it's an interesting time to look at the space and see what what are the implications of this. And there are all the way, the insights, the needs, the opportunities are both deep and broad tied to that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope a year from now we're hopefully still not talking about COVID, but it'll be interesting to see where things net out. But it looks like Keith popped on, so Chad, thank you so much again for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, Chad, Lauren, great chat. And I would really want to go back to what really you started talking about, Chad, was that audience first approach and the challenges you're facing now across so many different platforms with so many different consumer and farmer side brands, and really just going back to what's tried and true is testing and leaning into the channels that perform well and trying to figure out with your partners how to measure better and how to optimize better and how to be smarter. And so it looks like we may have you back to be talking about what you've learned over the next 15 months. So appreciate it, Chad and Lauren, your time. Yeah.
Thanks, Keith.
Thanks, Keith.
So we are going to wrap up a pretty full day of Brand Innovators Media Buying Summit, day one. We set out to highlight so much innovation and change and best practices, post-pandemic and as brands and our industries move, media industries and agency partners, brand partners move into what the new normal is. We heard a lot about new products and services innovations today. We heard how brands have pivoted or accelerated their strategies post-pandemic. And we learned with an increasingly more fragmented media landscape, the value of media partners and trusted partners and tech partners and data partners in finding audiences and finding them where they are and breaking through with impactful creative. So really exciting and full day of learning. So hope everyone enjoyed day one as much as I did, but we have plenty of segments to go, just not today. The summit is 2 days long, and tomorrow is when we have great segments from brand marketers representing easy for me to say. Companies like LVMH, Diageo, Uber, Kimberly-Clark, BlackRock, the Coca-Cola Company, AB InBev, Bank of America, Liberty Mutual, and more. So we expect again tomorrow so much brilliance and very little bullshit. So before we wrap up, though, I want to also let you know the week continues with more programs after tomorrow, with Marketing Innovation Livecast on Wednesday, followed by Brand Storytelling International on Thursday, and then Brand Innovators and the team rounds out the month of great events next Tuesday with another Marketing Innovation Livecast. So 2 Marketing Innovation Livecasts, one this week and one next. So if you haven't made plans already, do make plans for you and your colleagues to watch all these upcoming livecasts. And then again, tomorrow, we'll look forward to seeing you back here for day 2 of the Fall Media Buying Summit. We kick off at 10:45 Eastern, 9:45 Central, and of course, 7:45 Pacific. So from all of us here at Brand Innovators and Premion, we thank you for those tuning in the US and around the world. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And Keith Norman from Premion, and reminding you to keep innovating.